What is happening? Matt. Lindsay. What's going on? Matt. Oh, my days. Lindsey Graham. Lindsay. What? This stuff comes in threes? Oh, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in, folks. It's a sad day for Israel. Goddamn. What the hell just happened? Lindsay's gone done and kicked the bucket. God damn it. Hey, Cletus, did you hear about Lindsay?
I want to be a good boy.
All you do, I just logged in, folks, and goddamn, he did. He kicked the bucket. The fuck's am I supposed to do? I can't do no normal news. God damn it.
So there we are.
I can't do no normal news.
What the fuck they're doing? You understand that?
God dang. I'm gonna need a fair bit of moonshine today. My man's gone to the dirt. Good old Lindsay. Hey, Mia. Radio, folks. Radio. We got ourselves a big one. Who kicked the bucket? Lindsey Graham.
We have just learned in the last few moments that Senator Lindsey Graham from the state of South Carolina has died at the age of 71. The staff said in a new statement posted to social media just late tonight that the senator suffered from a brief illness and then passed away. This
brief illness? Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you. Dingifer. God dang it.
Was unexpected.
A longtime member of Congress, first elected to the House of Representatives in 1992. He has served as South Carolina's senator since 2003, elected to the Senate in 2002, 4 nearly full terms in the Senate. But 71-year-old Lindsey Graham, who was once a very strong critic of then candidate Donald Trump, has become one of his staunchest.
I can't wait for someone to post a fucking image, an AI image of him and Charlie Kirk. It's gonna happen.
Allies in the Senate of President Trump, and has backed him both terms.
Oh shit! Oh, Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian, bro. Oh shit! Oh god dang, folks! My Twitter is off the goddamn hook. I tell you what. Anna Kasparian, man. What the fuck is going on?
Hype train positive. We are chugging. Let's
Hype
keep this
train!
momentum going. Let's go.
Hype train! Get on the goddamn train, folks! We're gonna go see Lindsey! Yeah, damn it! Maybe it was C19 that caused his heart attack. Oh my gosh. Lindsey's gone? I didn't have Lindsey Graham dying before Mitch McConnell on my bingo card. Why am I laughing? Someone's just died. It's not nice to laugh at dead people. Stop. Mitch is gone too? Oh shit, 1 hour ago! Statement from the office of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. Washington. On the evening of Saturday, July 11th, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief, sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during his incredibly difficult period. God damn it. God dang. The hillbilly really kicked the bucket. That must have been some strong ass moonshine. God damn it. The old bastard kicked it. Oh shit! Hanzala posted it! Oh my gosh! Hanzala! One of the world's biggest Zionists has just passed away. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. Oh my gosh, Hanzala. Oh, Conor McGregor lost as well? Conor McGregor got a beating as well? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah!
Viva Palestina!
All right. Let me tell you something about Lindsey Graham. Let me tell you something about Lindsey Graham. In life, he was a racist, genocidal, white supremacist. A fascist, you might say. The guy was as evil as they come. He looked upon the genocide of the Palestinians, and he supported it. He supported it without any remorse. Do people like that deserve yours or mine? Do they deserve our empathy? I don't think it's necessary. The amount of pain this guy has brought on the world. The amount of pain this man has brought onto the world. With his words and his actions. I will never ever forgive people like this. Not even in death. one of the worst human beings who has ever breathed our collective air. Good fucking riddance. Fuck that guy.
That President Trump has served in the Oval Office.
So we are just learning this information tonight, that late tonight, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina died at the age of 71. What this means now heading into the midterm elections will all be determined in the next several days. We've still not heard from the White House tonight. This is just information that is coming in the last few minutes.
Oh my gosh! No freaking way! Former Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani dies at 74. Oh my gosh! This is Hamad. This is the Hamad from the Epstein files. This is Hamad from the Epstein files. Oh my gosh! What the hell is going on? This is the dude in the Epstein files. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's nuts, man.
New follower detected.
Hey Presto, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. What the fuck is going? Okay, bro. One, yeah. Both? Including Mitch? Now if Trump gets like shot or something? What the hell?
So as Lindsey Graham was a frequent guest on Sunday morning talk shows, we expect we will hear much reaction in the next few hours.
And control of the Senate is a big question heading into these midterm elections. The state of South Carolina, if they need to fill a seat in the Senate, is appointed by the governor, Republican Henry McMaster. We will figure those things out in the coming days and weeks. But again, Lindsey Graham, Senator of South Carolina, dead at the age of 71.
The beard's looking great. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like it's a bit too full. He's looking up at... What is happening, guys? Hold on. We can't just leave this. He got his lifelong wish to see war against Iran, only to lose and get humiliated and die. Oh my days. Oh yeah, and this lady Anne Whitcomb got murdered too. Anne Whitcomb got murdered too in the UK.
To all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus. All the anti-Semites, to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying.
Well, god dang, you know what? I'm gonna be with Israel till my dying day. God dang Israel, I love you. I love you, Izzy. I'm be with you day, night, afternoon, after the sun sets. just before sunrise. I'ma be with you, Israel. Yeah, goddammit. Yeah. I love you, Israel. I love you. Goddammit. I need my moonshine. Cause I'ma get me drunk and think about Israel. God damn it. Come on, folks. Get up. Get up. God damn it. I'ma support Israel until the day I die. Yeah. Hoorah. Oh shit, Ben Gvir, straight up. Look at this. We got Ben Gvir here. Today, Israel has lost one of its greatest friends. Senator Lindsey Graham stood with Israel, not because it was easy, but because he believed it was right. His unwavering support, courage, and moral clarity earned him the admiration of millions of Israelis. The stage of Israel will always remember his friendship, his unwavering support, and his steadfast commitment of Israel's security. Heartfelt condolences to his family and to the American people. May his memory be a blessing. Absolutely not. Genocidal prick. Israel is not the best country. Oh my gosh. Senator Lindsey Graham is dead, his office has announced. The Republican senator from South Carolina was a key advocate of the Iran war and vocal supporter of the Gaza genocide. His office says he passed away from a sudden and brief illness on Saturday evening. Fuck this guy, bro. What a dick. Oh, July 11th? Was Lindsey just in Ukraine?
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Oh, Lindsey. Look at Lindsey. He's so happy to be with people who are killing other people. Look at him. Look at him. Oh. He got sick when he left Ukraine. Describe Lindsey Graham with one word. Oh dear. Hassan Piker confirms Lindsey Graham has passed after one night in his and Mitch McConnell's polyclub. No, Hassan! Why? Oh shit! God dang! Yeah, let's listen to some of Lindsey Graham's best takes.
When you look at the last few years since October 7th, many people in this part of the world say what happened in Gaza does not align with Christian values. Killing children, killing mothers,
I'll be honest
killing
with you.
families
Yeah.
who are not militants.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
Why?
Because what did we do in World War II? Did we think 1 minute about starving the Germans? Did we bomb every city into smithereens? So This
You
is a
compare
war. No, this
October
is
7th to World War II.
Yes, I am. This is an absolute existential threat to the Jewish people. What happened on October the 7th was 1,200 people were slaughtered, raped, and murdered and filmed by radical Islamists who would kill every Jew if they could, to the world. If you don't understand this is a threat to Israel's
And then they
survival,
flattened Gaza.
just flatten it. We flattened Berlin. We flattened Tokyo. Were we wrong to drop an atomic bomb to end the Japanese reign of terror? Were we? So my view, if I were Israel, I would have probably done it the same way. Without military victory, there is no hope of breaking radicalism. We flattened Germany. We flattened Japan.
How many Americans
Wait a
believe
minute.
this?
Out of that, we
Like the way that how many Americans think the way that you do?
I think most Republicans think the way I do.
Even young ones.
Yeah, you're just out of touch if you don't understand Republicans, when it comes to radical Islam, is on Israel's side. It's not even close.
Any human being. Hold up. This is the image that this moment reminds me of. This is the moment it reminds me of. It's that moment when all the soldiers were reading Hitler is dead. On May 2nd, 1945, the headline says Hitler dead. Let me just be clear. Any human being that speaks that way about mass murdering a population, anyone, they are not normal people. Anyone who can justify mass murdering anybody like that for themselves are broken human beings. They are broken. They are racist. They are soulless creatures. And what Lindsey said there, listen to it one more time. Listen to it one more time.
When you look at the last few years since October 7th, many people in this part of the world say what happened in Gaza does not align with Christian values.
This is who
Killing
Lindsey
children,
is.
Killing mothers,
Well, to be honest
killing
with you,
families
yeah.
who are not militants.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
Why?
Because what did we do in World War II? Did we think 1 minute about starving the Germans? Did we bomb every city into smithereens? So this
You
is a
compare
war. No,
October
this is,
7th to World War II.
Yes, I am. This is an absolute existential threat to the Jewish people. What happened on October the 7th was 1,200 people were slaughtered, raped, and murdered and filmed by radical Islamists who would kill every Jew if they could, to the world. If you don't understand this is a threat to Israel's
And then they
survival,
flattened Gaza.
just flatten it. We flattened Berlin. We flattened Tokyo. Were we wrong to drop an atomic bomb to end the Japanese reign of terror? Were we? So my view, if I were Israel, I would have probably done it the same way. Without military victory, there is no hope of breaking radicalism. We flattened Germany. We flattened Japan.
How many Americans
Wait a
believe
minute.
this?
Out of that, we
The way that how many Americans think the way that you do?
I think most Republicans think the way I do.
Even young ones.
Yeah, you're just out of touch if you don't understand Republicans, when it comes to radical Islam, is on Israel's side.
This is why when this guy's light vanished, I felt, when I learned that this guy was dead, I didn't feel sad for a second. I didn't feel sad for a second. He is one of the most disgusting human beings. Well, I better just say he was, because he's gone now. One of the most disgusting human beings that has ever lived. He is sick, white supremacist, evil. And I will not spend a second feeling bad about this man being gone. I'll fucking tell you what. Hey, goddamn. God dang, folks. May he rest in peace. I didn't say peace. I ran through my group chats like Paul Revere. Lindsey's dead. Lindsey's dead. Lindsey's dead. The amount of racism that spewed out of this guy's fucking mouth, bro. Oh my gosh. What an insane human being he was. Insane. Oh my gosh. Twitter is a bit... here we go. This as well.
He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. Of capitalism. We love Israel. We understand that God blesses those who bless Israel. And where I come from, I figured that crap out when I was 6 years old. He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why?
Don't feel sad.
Hey, Lindsey, why don't you just admit that you're gay and then people won't blackmail you anymore? Hey, Lindsey, why don't you just admit that you're gay and then people won't blackmail you anymore?
Morena. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu, everybody. Sarah and I grieve with the American people over the loss of our dear friend, Senator Lindsey Graham. In our recent meeting, I said Lindsey is a great friend of Israel and a cherished friend of mine. We have no better friend than Lindsey. Lindsey understood that the security of Israel and America are inseparable. He devoted his life to defending America, strengthening our alliance, and standing up for the free world. Israel has lost one of its greatest friends. America has lost a great patriot. I have lost a beloved friend. Our hearts are with Lindsey's family and with the American people at this difficult time. May his values and initiatives continue to guide us towards victory and peace, and may his memory forever be a blessing. Absolutely not, bro. Here we go. More Lindsey Graham bullshit.
If you are going to help the ICC as a nation enforce their arrest warrant against Bibi and Gallant, the former defense minister, I will put sanctions on you as a nation. You're going to have to pick the rogue ICC versus America. So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally, and you saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why? If you are going to
Elon Musk for that.
You know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says be proportional. What is the...
I'm sorry to put you through this. But what a loss for America. He'll be missed. What?
To that. Now, what does this mean in the immediate term? We don't know what this means for, replacing him on the ballot. It immediately takes the Republican conference down from 53 to 52 senators. Everybody has been up in arms and trying to get more information for weeks now about the state of Mitch McConnell, the former Senate Majority Leader. We don't have any clarity as to whether or not he would be back this week. He's been gone about a month now and has been hospitalized with just a very scant bit of information there. So from an operational standpoint, you're down to 51 votes in the Senate, and what they would do in terms of appointing somebody for the near term, and then what they would do in terms of down the, for the replacing him on the.
He went down before Mitch, yeah. Insane. Did Russia just poison Lindsey Graham? Laura Loomer? Laura fucking Loomer, bro. What is she weighing in for?
We've reached agreement with the White House on a version of the Russian sanctions bill that they will support. It means it's going to become law. So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools to President Trump to help end this war. There's some things we can do on the technology front to build on the lethality of Ukraine to protect itself from ballistic missile attacks. If we did that, combined with creating tools to punish those countries that prop up Putin, that make money off this war, then I think we've got the best chance since I've been coming here in the last 5 years to get Putin to the peace table. We've reached agreement with.
Oh, shit. Israel Katz as well. I'm deeply saddened by the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, a true friend of the state of Israel and one of its strongest and most steadfast supporters. Throughout the years, Senator Graham stood with Israel. Hold on. Let's see if Al Jazeera is covering this because, yeah. I truly feel like that that moment when those soldiers were like, Hitler is dead. And
managers, it was something that journalists that were here at launch talk about.
And this Qatari dude is dead as well.
To visit the offices while they were still being set up, and he would just want to see what was happening. He would walk in on his own, and the message to everyone from top to bottom always was that don't just focus on what's.
Guys, the Qatari guy who was Hamad, the guy who was in the Epstein files, the former Prime Minister of Qatar, has also died. Like the same fucking time. Both of them gone. The Emir, yeah.
What's happening in the news, don't just focus on the nodes of power and money and militaries. Focus on the underserved communities, and that is what gave us.
Hey, Saybex Tiger, welcome.
Stuck for so many years, which is voice of the voiceless, and that is something that the network continues to do to this day.
Zain, his lifetime did represent, as you say, a huge shift
in
Qatar,
Hussein?
not just politically and domestically, but even in terms of its position on the world stage. How did that change over time?
Well, the father Emir was, he didn't just break the mold in terms of what he was able to do in terms of developing this country or launching the network. The stepping down in his lifetime was a massive political step. To do that in this region is not just unprecedented, it brought him a great deal of criticism because it was something that.
I don't know much about this guy. I just know he's in the Epstein files.
Simply would not have done. And that kind of political thinking, independent political
and I think that's enough.
Was something that he truly spearheaded.
I think
in
that's
his
enough.
Time as the Emir, and it's something that is carried on. Qatar has always stood apart just a little bit.
What's his name? Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani.
More independent than other countries in the region. And it is something that has not been easy. We saw the blockade of Qatar that was an incredibly important political crisis in this country. It was something that happened shortly after the father Emir stepped down and handed the reins to his son Sheikh Tamim. But it was.
Hey, by the way, I have imported all 300,000 emails, 330,000 emails, which equals around 3 million files because some emails are multiple pages. I have now completely uploaded every single email into our new platform. Every single email into our new platform. So at launch, I'll also try and get all the other data sets done. But
at launch, we're going to have every single file searchable, completely searchable, completely linkable. Like, we'll be able to do all sorts of investigations. I'll take you guys through it when the platform's like ready. But it's mostly there. 90%. Maybe I'll show you guys a bit later as well.
Something that then allowed the two of them to lead the country out of together. You had the wisdom and experience of the former emir and the progressive policies that were being pushed by the new emir, and they were able to navigate what was an incredibly sensitive and difficult political crisis successfully in the end. And
yeah, Daft Rex, it's completely different purpose. Gmail is looking at like email inboxes, etc., but we're about connecting various different bits and pieces together. Ours is an investigative platform, whereas Gmail is, you search for emails basically. This is a little bit more. Lindsey's gone.
The criticism that came towards Qatar also came because of that independent political thinking. But it is something we see has not just paid dividends, it has made Qatar an important voice on the global stage. Even in this war in Iran that has been launched by
Welcome,
the United
Verified
States and Israel
Radical.
against Iran. The father emir's passing comes on the day when Qatar is seeing renewed attacks on its soil from Iran's retaliatory policies. But even then, Qatar continues to push for a policy that front-loads negotiations and a call for peace in the region and on the international stage.
Same Basravi.
We're learning that longtime Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has passed away. His office says he died on Saturday night after what they call a brief and sudden illness. The statement says Graham's family is asking for privacy at this time. He represented the state of South Carolina in the U.S. Congress since 1995. Let's bring in CNN's Alex Michelson, anchor of The Story Is. Alex, you are on the West Coast there. How are you processing this news that has just come in, the shocking death of a senator who had just been in Ukraine and had just met with the Ukrainian president, and now we're learning he has died?
Yeah, I mean, just posted a bunch of statements onto X yesterday in his official capacity. Pictures and images of him working over the last few weeks are out there. So this coming out of nowhere, that Lindsey Graham, one of the most important and influential voices in the United States Senate for many years,
Lindsey's
somebody who has been one of the biggest champions of more United States military intervention, somebody who has championed the idea of military intervention in Iran for many years, somebody who's
the way these guys put it, like he was just championing it. No, he wanted to mass murder black and brown people, bro. He is the guy that even said that the ICC wasn't made for us. The ICC was made for Putin and Africa.
Who's championed the United States relationship with Israel very closely for many years.
Yo, Lex Poppy, welcome.
And now, all of a sudden, there's been so much conversation about Mitch McConnell's medical reality right now. Nobody would have thought this would come now.
Is Mitch gone yet?
It's been an extraordinary life of public service, a controversial life. Somebody who was in the United States House of Representatives for many years, been in the Senate for many years as well, became a close ally of John McCain and Joe Lieberman. They called themselves the Three Amigos and viewed themselves as sort of mavericks within the Republican Party. And then he ran for president in 2016 and said very negative things about Donald Trump at the time, but then would become...
with everyone like already theorizing that he was killed, etc., I'd like to think that if you're this much of a white supremacist, racist a-hole, that your body just rots from the inside and then you end up dying earlier than you should. That makes me feel better, honestly.
One of President Trump's greatest allies, just this week, posting on social media that he was the GOAT of all presidents and has been a steering force more recently of President Trump's military intervention in Iran. There are 100 senators. Not all of them stand out. Lindsey Graham is somebody who has stood out for a long time and has been one of the most important members of that body for many, many years.
And he just turned 71. June 9th, he won the South Carolina Republican primary seeking re-election for Senate. Nobody expected that he wasn't going to continue traveling, wasn't going to continue pushing the causes that are important to him, although, as you mentioned, those priorities and those causes have certainly changed over time. Some have sort of wondered, what is Senator Lindsey Graham's center? Do you think we ever really knew that?
The amount of vile shit that came out of this guy's mouth, just racism, just straight up racist bullshit that came out of this guy's mouth, the genocidal shit that came out of this guy's mouth. Oh my gosh, man. That much hate, that much racism, that much, anti-human rights rhetoric, must rot you from the inside. How can you hate people so much that you just want to kill them? This guy is that guy. This guy is that guy. And his rhetoric killed so many fucking people.
I think one thing that you've seen over the years was that he clearly felt that an activist foreign policy and being a champion of the military and more military intervention is something that he's been talking about for decades.
It's true.
Especially
the
Iran issue.
It's true.
And we've seen what's happened with that in the last few months as well. But that has been sort of the criticism of Lindsey Graham over the years, what you're talking about. But what he's also been very, very adept at.
Worse, JK. He was a white supremacist, racist warmonger.
That as a political practitioner was getting himself in a position of power and influence and kind of knowing where the winds were blowing within the Republican Party and heading there. And in the process, giving himself an ability to survive politically, to win election after election, and to increase his seniority in the Senate,
welcome.
And to have more power for the people of South Carolina. This will certainly, South Carolina is a solidly Republican seat. It's hard to imagine, a flipping of South Carolina, North Carolina in a bit of a different.
His body is still fucking warm, and CNN is already talking about his seat.
Place.
Oh my gosh, bro. This is worse than celebrating his death. What CNN is doing is worse than what we're doing here. Way worse. Oh my God. They're already talking about his fucking seat. What the fuck, man? Give him time.
But it's a bit early to start talking about the political realities of what happens next.
No shit! No shit, but you already spoke about it, bro! Oh my God. He's like, but it's a bit too soon. After spending 5 minutes talking about his political career and his seat.
As we all, I think, are just in shock at the idea that Lindsey Graham has suddenly died, and also reflecting on a life of decades of public service.
And he was just in Ukraine. He was just meeting with the Ukrainian president. What did he accomplish on that trip? And assuming from what...
I'm guessing this guy's name is Dick or something. Nothing, Dick. He achieved nothing. Just more bullshit and racism and just bullshit, Dick. That's it. That's all.
We saw in all of the videos, the statements that he was making, he appeared to be in very good health, just in usual form. There was certainly no outward indication that there was anything physically wrong. His office saying this was a very brief, sudden and brief illness, they said in their statement.
And we don't know what that means. Because he was posting about President Trump's trip to NATO and conversations that he was having with folks about that like 2 days ago. So,
oh my gosh, this is such an unfortunate headline by Times Now. Lindsey Graham dies live. Oh my gosh, do they even know what they're saying? Lindsey Graham dies live. Why would I click on this, man? What a headline. Lindsey Graham dies live. What? Is he dying? Or is he dead? What's happening? Jeez.
So how brief was this illness? We don't know what exactly that means. Is that a heart attack? You know, at this point, I think a lot.
It was reported a heart attack. I'd like women to decide what happens with his body.
A lot of it would be speculation to try to think about that. But yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham, by every indication, was working up until the very last day and certainly putting out a public image that there were no issues at all. And he was very much involved in the job as a senator from South Carolina, especially on the job of the foreign relations of the United States.
And a very
Daft tracks. Daft tracks. Lindsey Graham dies live. Link in bio. I can't. Chat. Stop it, chat.
very strong ally of President Trump, who also really knew how to turn on the Southern charm. So even when he was talking about some of these contentious and controversial issues, there was something something very charming about Lindsey Graham. He was a likable guy. From people that have met him, people that have interviewed him, they found him to be a very unique character, a unique personality in Washington.
Yeah, and he I think really liked the media and had a long-standing relationship with many folks in it. I remember
what I can tell you is many people, like both chats, or all chats, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. I feel like there is some group rejoicing happening here. I don't see any sad people. Let me just put it that way. I don't see any sad people.
Interviewing him myself back in 2016 when he was running for president, and it was stunning how anti-Trump his language was, warning about what would happen if Donald Trump became president. And then, of course, after he became president, he became one of his closest allies. They were
McConnell gone too? Not yet. I think he's still. He's still alive, just hanging in there.
Would often golf together, President Trump and Lindsey Graham, and joke around on the golf course. I mean, for anybody that's met Donald Trump, he too is a very charming guy. And the two of them would go back and forth in terms of jokes.
My first day off in like 2 fucking months
with each other, and I think both of them, as people who sort of appreciate politics, were able to get over all those insults that they went back and forth on, and have a very productive working relationship for each other.
Yeah,
gift sub detected. Sharing
Decrepit. Thank you for the gift sub.
You cared.
Thank you for the gift sub, Decrepit. Trans woman, hello. So that's a really good point. I think Lindsey Graham, his voice, his pro-war stance, his voice, his pro-Israel voice, I think all of this is actually quite a big deal for Israel. That's why there are so many Israelis on X now, Israeli officials tweeting on X right now. I think they're genuinely sad he's gone.
Lindsey Graham was somebody who helped to deliver for President Trump in a lot of ways in the Senate. And President Trump was very helpful for Lindsey Graham's career.
Yeah, he did just get back from Ukraine, yes.
We've seen, I mean, he, as you mentioned, he won the South Carolina primary because there wasn't a real challenger. President Trump, as we've seen in the last few months, can endorse challengers to Republican primary opponents in the Senate, and essentially end the careers of Republican senators in the process. He did that with John Cornyn in Texas. He did that with Bill Cassidy in Louisiana. He's been a supporter of Lindsey Graham.
Oz, wait,
so
thank you
they
for the
were able
follow.
to move past their past.
Can I just say, guys, like, I think I always feel like whenever someone dies, I don't know if it's culturally or whatever it is. I just don't feel comfortable celebrating when people die. I just have to say, though, Lindsey Graham is a horrible fucking human being. Okay? He is a horrible human being. Like, the things he has said in public, just the most ridiculously horrible stuff. You know, when Charlie Kirk died and he was getting all of this shit, for me, at least Charlie Kirk's words weren't like particularly, he didn't have power in the government, right? Charlie Kirk was just this speaker dude, and I didn't particularly like, he's a racist dude, right? He's a racist speaker. People were like overly reacting, I felt like, and doing some really crazy shit. But I hated Charlie Kirk too, but I wouldn't wish someone to get shot in the fucking neck, you know, on live TV. But I didn't go after Charlie Kirk. Yeah, after his death, I didn't say anything rude about him or anything. I just have to say, Lindsey Graham is a man with power. And I think Lindsey Graham being in the government has directly caused so many people to die because of his words. Okay? I think Lindsey Graham has killed so many human beings because of the power he possesses. And I will say that he is such a horrible human being. He celebrated it. He loved it. He approved of it. He was all good with the genocide in Gaza. He was all good with all of these things. It's just he's such a horrible human being, was such a horrible human being. I despise this man. Everything about him was so horribly wrong. You know? Unreal. The stuff he said, man. The stuff he would just comfortably say about other human beings was just fucking insane.
Problems and develop a very strong working relationship. And I think Lindsey Graham is one of the senators from all the reporting that President Trump was actually in touch with most in the United States Senate. As somebody who would work with him on...
He'll be remembered as genteel by who? Like his sycophants? I don't think he has many left. Even the Republican Party, you know, was breaking away with Graham's violent rhetoric. By the way, I don't like attacking his, you know, him being gay or whatever. I don't think that's... I mean, there are loads of people who stay in the closet for various reasons. I don't think attacking him on that is particularly like great. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. This guy though was a fucking warmongering piece of shit. Okay, like let's be real.
Formulating strategy on how to get things done.
And President Trump certainly loves a turnaround story. Somebody who is at one point a very contentious critic, and that they're.
What, he was gay? Now, people say that he was closeted because of whatever reason. Like, they said he was a closeted gay guy. Even if he was, like, why take the piss about that? I just don't understand. It doesn't matter, you know. It doesn't particularly, like, it's not something to fucking attack him on. Who cares? I want to know who did it so they received their crown. Far out, man. What can I say, guys? This is
inclusive.
And on the same day, if you haven't seen this, Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, who was the ex-emir of Qatar, who was also in the Epstein files, has just died today as well. Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani has also died today. Oh my God.
Dealt with the problems through a real, genuine belief in dialogue, which again was reflected on his international engagements. And this is why Qatar, through Al Jazeera first, but then also through the emphasis on mediation as a pillar of its foreign policy, has always been a place where people were willing to hear the other opinion. They may not always agree with you, but they will give you the benefit of expressing your views and listening carefully before taking action. And that quality, I think, has changed the face of politics in the region.
Sultan Barakat joining us from London. Thank you very much for your time.
Is this why Trump is so scared of being unalive now? I think Trump is doing stupid shit. Firstly, if anyone was going to unalive him, it would probably be his own intelligence service people who he is dismantling little by little. Okay, so it's either going to be them or it's going to be like potentially someone from Israel, because Donald Trump is trying to stop Israel from attacking Lebanon and all of this stuff, right? But he's going in there and posting shit like, oh, we've got missiles aimed at Iran. If I die, then just blow up Iran. It's like, hold on. Isn't Israel going to be like, oh, really? We just have to kill you and then people are going to bomb Iran? It's like, it's insane. Why would he go and say that in public? I don't understand it. Like, if he was truly scared, that's not a statement he should be making, you know?
Of the day's news to come. We report from El Obeid in Sudan on the growing human cost of the rapid support forces' push to take control of the city.
This is insane as well, guys.
Most South Korean teachers
Al Jazeera isn't even reporting Lindsey Graham's death.
Now regret their profession, saying they're powerless against abusive students and parents. I'm Jack Barton, speaking with educators fighting to reclaim their classroom.
What?
Before transferring power to his son in 2013. Under his leadership, the country raised its global profile and saw rapid economic growth. Iran has carried out strikes on Gulf countries. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Bahrain say...
Did Iran bomb that emir?
They intercepted missiles and drones. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it also carried out strikes on Oman as well as Jordan.
AJ did report it.
Strikes come after U.S. Central Command says it hit around 140 Iranian military targets overnight. It says the strikes were in response to an Iranian attack on a Cypriot-flagged container ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Leaders from around the world have been paying tribute to the father emir. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called him a visionary leader who guided Qatar to high levels of development and prosperity. Pakistan's president...
Oh, fuck. By the way, Modi is in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm not very happy about it, honestly, because, you know, I don't like fascists. I just hope he leaves quickly.
Its passing is a great loss to the Arab world. All right, for more on this story, let's bring in Zain Bazravi. He's live for us here in the Qatari capital of Doha.
No, I mean Aotearoa.
Zain, talk us through the impact of that legacy on the country that Qatar has become.
Absolutely. Just briefly, I'd like to give you an update from the Emiri Diwan regarding funeral services for the father Emir. At 15:30 GMT, funeral services will be held at the Muhammad...
You don't like me calling it Aotearoa windowsill. You don't, do you? You bigot.
Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab Mosque that you see behind me. After that, he will be laid to rest. He will be buried at Lusail Cemetery, and official condolences will be received at the Lusail Palace. Qatar has announced 3 days of official mourning, Monday through to Wednesday. Now, this is to honor a man who has been a seminal part of Qatar from even before its official independence in 1977.
Scoreboard. Bro, like, have you seen how many, like, in the next, like, decade, there's going to be less white people than immigrants, brown and black people? Like, what scoreboard are you talking about? The scoreboard is still ticking, dumbass.
When the Emir was born, it was 2.5 decades before Qatar emerged as a self-governing country with full independence from being a British protectorate. And
Hey,
in his
Sahali,
time,
welcome.
He has done several things that have changed the face of Qatar physically and the policies of an Arab country regionally that has had ramifications on a global stage. The skyline you've seen behind...
It's so funny, these, like, stupid racists, white supremacist fucking bigots who think, like, oh, look at the scoreboard and dumb shit like that, who live in, like, on Maori land. They're like, oh, yeah, scoreboard, scoreboard, scoreboard. And then it's like, bro, it's not over yet. The game's still going, dumbass. Nothing pisses off a white supremacist more than being reminded about white replacement theory or great replacement theory, whatever the dumb shit that they believe.
Behind me is something that was developed during his time, and he was able to do this by expanding the development and export of liquid natural gas. It was something that he knew would help Qatar emerge from a quiet peninsula in the Gulf to a major player on the global stage, not just an economic powerhouse, but it made it a political powerhouse. He also launched the Al Jazeera news network with the Arabic channel first in 1996, just before, a few years before George W.
Yeah, they're also happy about fucking colonization and they're like scoreboard, scoreboard bullshit. And then when you remind them about the fact that the demographics of the planet are changing, they cry like little fucking victims. You know? It's like, bro, if you enjoyed raping and pillaging so much, you know, and you bought all of those slaves back, now the slaves are ratioing you. So what's the problem? Why do you care about being taken over if you love taking over so much?
Bush, U.S. President George W. Bush invaded Iraq, and that is really where the network made its mark, telling Arab stories by Arab journalists based in the Arab world. It was something that had never been done before, not in as big a way that he was able to make it happen. And he took that model, expanding it into multiple languages, as well as, very significantly, the language channel, the English language channel that you and I are working for now. This is an important part of his legacy.
There are so many people who are like, oh, what genocide in Gaza? What genocide in Gaza? And then they'll go, oh, the white people are being genocided. Especially, like, look at South Africa, white people being genocided. Oh. Fuck's sakes.
It internationalized the network. It really put Qatar on the map as far as a major player in the media industry, and it became the model by which other news organizations were created in the region. They were mimicking the model that Al Jazeera created, homegrown in the region, made in the region for the people of the region, and something that he continued to push throughout his time. Even after he stepped down, his father Emir was speaking to those underrepresented voices that we continue to speak to today.
Insane.
It made Al Jazeera the voice of the voiceless, a tagline that is stuck with the network throughout the many...
Oh, by the way, did you guys see what happened to Ro Khanna? Did you guys see what happened to Ro Khanna? Hold up.
Being in the West Bank and in Israel is the first time that I have really been acutely aware of being brown. I feel like people have seen me first as brown, second as an American congressman, and third as an American citizen. I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding, having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans, no respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus, and laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned. It is the arrogance of power, of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity. and has created a toxic culture of oppression. I've been to Israel before.
Hey, Darlene. Kia ora.
We've met with Israeli officials. We've gone to Ramallah, met with the President Abbas. But I've never really gotten to meet Palestinians and seen the occupation from the eyes of Palestinians. And it was important to me to have an uncurated, extensive look at the human toll of occupation. I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village.
He was held at gunpoint?
That Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road, and then they call the IDF.
You see how like CNN, none of these outlets have reported this. Mainstream media is avoiding this message. They haven't reported this at all. The fact that he was detained. CNN hasn't reported it.
And the IDF is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
CNN did a short 15 hours ago. Congressman detained. NBC News has done one. Reuters released 17 hours ago. And then it's DRM News after that. Oh my gosh. BBC nothing. The Israeli military said troops and police... Oh, hold on. One sec. The Israeli military said troops and police officers intervened after receiving a report of settlers blocking vehicles near Kirbet Zanuta. Upon their arrival, the troops dispersed the Israeli civilians and allowed the vehicles to continue on their way. Bullshit. Israel's police did not immediately respond to a request for comment, nor did the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. Crazy. I'm just glad Don Lemon is out of CNN.
And what people in America are asking is, are you so bought and sold by the establishment and political donors that you cannot see human injustice? So if you're unwilling to speak up for Palestinian human rights, if you're unwilling to speak up against the genocide in Gaza, the apartheid in the West Bank, then you are morally compromised. And we cannot trust you to fight for Medicare for all, or to fight for workers over the billionaires, or to fight for justice and human rights in the United States. I'm
Daddy
strongly
Pie,
considering
thank
it,
you for the
and I'm
follow.
more resolved to consider it after this trip. We need a new moral direction.
Who was that? This is Rokana. Rokana, you know, Rokana and the other dude. What's his name? Rokana is Massey. Rokana and Thomas Massey. Those two guys. Yeah, Ro's a good guy. Ro has been really good. I think he's been morally very balanced on this.
In our party, a new moral vision that respects the dignity and human rights of people around the world.
Just imagine how much better. Ro has been stronger, much stronger than Bernie Sanders in holding Israel to account. I think Bernie's been very weak.
What does your husband do?
He works in our community center.
Well, they usually go in threes. Graham, Mitchell, and... Well, I don't know why they go in threes, but they definitely kill in tens of thousands. Hey, I want to know, do you guys know much about the Srebrenica genocide? Do you know much about that? They're celebrating, they're mourning, obviously celebrating. What the fuck? They're mourning what happened in Srebrenica. I'll just show you guys a little bit of it because they're mourning it now. Yeah, 31 years later. It's insane what happened there.
A terrible crime has happened in war, but not genocide. That is the position of most citizens and Serbia's current authorities when speaking on Srebrenica. On the streets of Serbia, few people are willing to speak publicly about Srebrenica. Many refuse to give their names, fall silent when asked, firmly deny that it was a genocide, or try to explain what happened in Srebrenica in 1995.
Hold on. Let's find a good explanation.
You had the cases that teacher that used to teach you in the school, he came out and killed you the next day. Why? There's only one answer, because we was different.
This was Slobodan Milosevic, wasn't it? This was Milosevic?
Different religion.
My mom was trying to explain to him that her kids were hungry and they needed food, that she needs to go out there in the fields to get some. And he said, Chetniks, like Serbian army, is slaughtering and killing everyone that steps out there.
At that time, as a Muslim, I felt that some ease came to us, that we could feel that God is with us. Come back.
Oh, this is so sad.
His body is buried in Srebrenica next to his son. This is the only thing I have left from my grandfather.
Like, what you do? What you tell her?
I was just asking my wife. I was asking Amber if I could have a coffee.
Like.
Oh, they're exact same number of viewers on TikTok and Twitch. 163, everybody. Woo! Okay, we're gonna go through this. Okay? 169, nice. Good number. We're gonna go through this. And then we're gonna learn a little bit about the overall sort of geopolitics around what's happening now. I wanted to go through this video yesterday, but I was too fucking tired to go live. Let's learn about this genocide in Srebrenica. That's how I've learned to say the name. It's not Srebrenica. Okay, that's how you're supposed to say the name. Just saying. And then we're gonna learn a little bit about China and the US fighting it out. These are incredible moments happening right in front of our faces right now, everybody. So stay alert. God damn it. Stay alert.
My name is Amir Muchkanovic, and I was born in Banja Luka.
My name is Ernest Kulauzovic. I was born in capital city of Bosnia, Sarajevo.
My name is Mirsada Helac, and I was born in the city of Srebrenica.
My name is...
Oh, shit! I got it right! Srebrenica. Srebrenica. Nica.
Selmo Suljic. I was born in town of the Srebrenica, called Srebrenica in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
My name is Tarek Begic. I'm 18 years old and I'm born in Sydney, Australia.
Srebrenica.
Before the war erupted, I can only remember the happy beginning, carefree,
hey Don,
surrounded by family. For a child, that was, it couldn't have been any better.
As a child, I grew up in village in a farm. We had a big farm. I used to drive the horses, look after the sheep, the cows. Every occasion, we get together, all the family get together, put the lamb on the spit, enjoy it, spend the time with the families, and it was good. It was good.
I remember traveling a lot with the family, visiting family, spending time. Kids were running around. I remember my cousins, my family, neighbors.
Hey, the reason why we're going through this is because it is the anniversary of this. It's the 30th anniversary. Not many people really know how bad this thing was. This was horrendous what Milosevic did.
We were pretty much kind of good with everyone.
We had a pretty tight community. The larger portion in Prijedor back then was the majority were Muslims, together with the Orthodox Serbs and also the Catholic Croatians, which were the sort of minority. But overall, we lived in peace.
We used to see priests from the Catholic Church, Franciscan priest. We would say Assalamu alaikum,
Yeah, right.
We would say Merhaba, good morning, good afternoon, things. And they would reply with peace be with you, you know? And that was something that really embedded into my memory since then. In March 92, Bosnia declared independence from Yugoslavia. Previously, before them, it was Slovenia and Croatia that declared independence from Yugoslavia.
So it's no surprise, right? When Bosnia and Herzegovina fans were in the US supporting their football team, you know, they were chanting for Palestine as well. They showed so much solidarity for Palestine. It was incredible.
At that point, military start moving around rapidly, leaving cities. The Yugoslavian National Army start migrating assets, weapons, reposition those military assets around the cities, kind of regular exercise that they would do in peaceful times. We were still in Bosnia. We didn't plan to go anywhere. We believed potentially that the army will.
Let me ask you a question, Petar. Did what they do make them deserve a genocide? Did they deserve genocide because of what they did?
Defend us, but unfortunately, that was not the case.
Some people, man. Jeez.
The sense of fear, amongst everyone, the confusion. There was a smell in the air that something, bad was brewing. You could feel it, that something was not right.
What happened in Srebrenica was a genocide.
You got to imagine that my family, parents have grown up with these people that were there. Even the army people that were around or even putting on uniforms were people that they've went.
What's happening in Palestine is a genocide.
To school with, so they've hit it very well as well. That it wasn't something that was broadcasted.
You had the cases that teacher that used to teach you in the school, he came out and killed you the next day. They set up checkpoints on the roads. They start checking the people, like where you going,
This is the stupidest thing that people will do, even about Palestine, right? They'll say things like, oh, they'll throw gay people off buildings. Firstly, that's a bigoted fucking thing to say. They do not do that. But even if they did, the question you should ask is, okay, let's assume they did that. Do they deserve genocide because of that? Do they deserve genocide? Do they deserve collective punishment for that? Or should the people doing that be held to account? The answer is always no. There is no way to justify genocide. There's none. Every single argument is fucked. These people are just racist. They've dehumanized people so much that they believe it's okay to mass murder other people. It's the craziest fucking thing.
What are you doing? Why are you going there when you come back? And stuff like that, which that never happened before. And of course we start feeling
evil people.
Something's changing, something's gone on.
On Eid, it was supposed to be that morning Eid. We start hearing bombs, we start hearing something that was not usual.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bro. Every global court has called it a genocide. Shut the fuck up. Milosevic went to jail for it. You are another racist. You're an idiot. Please get the fuck out of my chat. The Nazi chat is a couple of swipes away. Get out of my chat.
And bombardments started on cities across Bosnia. Unfortunately, we didn't know why, how. A lot of people were confused because this was their military, this was military that they funded. A large percentage of tax that a government was collecting was going towards military, and this military was now surrounding our cities.
It pretty much just exploded. It was very sudden. It took us all by surprise.
I remember.
Don't let this guy speak. This guy doesn't deserve to fucking type in my chat. Fucking racist.
Remember that some rockets would hit backyards, front yards, streets, and the children would die.
I remember like at one stage, they would start bombing all those places, like Potocari and around the Srebrenica, and all those people start fleeing out, and they come to our house to look for the shelter. And I remember in one stage, we had like 50, 60 people in the house sleeping at night because there was fear to go back to their home because their places was getting bombing. And our house was further out in the village and was a little bit different. The bombs didn't get there in the first place, which did come later, but not on the start of it.
We heard numbers, we heard about names. It was so common that after a period of time, you become a little bit numb on this type of information. And you don't process them, it becomes your new normal. I'll tell you something for the fact is that mosques around the city were targeted by Serbian army. Minaret of the mosque was a very attractive target to hit as part of entertainment, pretty much testing their skills.
Why? There's only one answer, because we was different religion. There was a case, different religion. They wanted to create the big Serbia that they had in their head. They wanted to kill as many people as they can.
And then came obviously July 1995, where things couldn't have ended in a more worse way.
United Nations come in Srebrenica, and everyone thought, thanks God, this is it, we saved. Actually, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case at all. The Serbian forces, they will start attacking like from everywhere. From everywhere. At that time, Srebrenica, the people was getting killed every day, getting wounded every day. The hospital was overcrowded. There was a time, I remember there was a time, the people legs or arms getting amputated with a handsaw.
Mucho cariño to your wife. I see mucho cariño.
In the hospitals, because there wasn't any anesthetics, there wasn't anything like that. We couldn't keep up. We couldn't hold it anymore. And I remember my dad come home and he goes, "This is it. We have to go."
Definitely.
And the news come. Everyone gonna go. All the elderlies, women and kids, children's, they're gonna go to.
Hey, so if you're just coming in now, yes, Lindsey Graham is dead. Lindsey Graham died. He was so hateful. They said allegedly that his hate was so strong. His hate was so strong that he rotted from the inside. He was such a white supremacist bigot that something happened in his liver.
UN camps, which was set up in the Potocari in Srebrenica, they'll be safe. They should be safe. And all the rest of us, we're gonna go through the bush. We're gonna walk to the next city or next part of the city where the Bosnian army was in the control, which in that case was Tuzla. And there was was like hard. Like for us, that was like, this is it. We have to leave the home. This is it. We have to leave the house. I remember I kissed my mum and say goodbye to her because we didn't know what's going to happen. We didn't know if you're going to survive or not, if you're going to see him again or not. And it was hard. It was really hard. We didn't know what's going to happen. We didn't know if we're going to survive or if they're going to survive. So we say goodbye, and off they went to Potachari, to the UN.
The one thing I've learnt in the last 3 years is to recognize when people, like in people's eyes, what real sorrow looks like. And I can see it. I can truly see it. When I look at a person who is in real sorrow and in real sadness, I can tell. And I don't need any fucking mainstream media telling me. I don't need any stupid historian fucking telling me, any racist historian telling me that it was big or wrong or whatever. I can see it. I can see sorrow. I've seen enough of it over the last 3 years, live streamed onto my phone, and I'm human enough to understand when I see this in other people's eyes. And for somebody to come into my live and say it didn't happen or it's genocide, it wasn't genocide to me is just they're the most broken fucking people. But there's something so deeply wrong in their own lives that they can't recognize the hateful behavior that they are showing in chat by saying that, you know, this wasn't a genocide, that wasn't a genocide for some reason, you know, when the evidence, when these people's accounts are overwhelming. And you know, these were the people who were being oppressed. They were the one who were being treated like animals.
When they told us that we need to head Potachari, where the UN were based, in the factories, and that's where we headed. During our time inside those factories, we didn't have any food. So we were really hungry, we were starving. And Mom wanted to go out in the fields, out of those factories. And she was stopped by one of the UN personnel. He said, obviously he didn't speak Bosnian, but my mom was trying to explain to him that her kids were hungry and they needed food, that she needs to go out there in the fields to get some. And he said, he literally put, like he said in body language, like Chetniks, like Serbian army is pretty much slaughtering and, like, you know, killing everyone that steps out there. So she had to return because with so many people that have come to the UN Dutch base seeking, like, you know, like safety from the UN, it was so many people there that not all of us could fit inside those factories. So there were people even outside of those factories, and some of them were taken behind the plantations, nearby plantations, and killed in cold blood. Like even like babies that were killed, and women were taken and raped as well.
So this is a man just a day ago who broke down on this Remembrance Day. This is a short here. Remembering the Srebrenica genocide. Thousands joined in Bosnia to remember the victims of the 1995 Srebrenica genocide. It's really hard. I just told my colleagues that it took me a while to make this decision. Because this is our first and our last time that we meet. Because I wasn't even 1 year old when he got killed. Some bones were found in 2014. The remains are not complete. We waited, or at least I was telling myself that as a consolation. Because this was really difficult for me. And we decided to give him peace. At least my children and I can come and pray for him. We know where he is. The march began in Nezuk, retracing the route taken by survivors as they fled Srebrenica. Caskets with remains of 10 victims were brought outside the memorial, where family members and friends said their goodbyes and held prayers. The remains will be laid to rest on Saturday. It is difficult. It is difficult. I feel bad. I don't even remember him. I was just 7 months old when he was murdered, when he got killed. It is really difficult for me. More than 8,000 Bosniak men and boys were killed by Bosnia Serb armed forces in Srebrenica in July 1995. Around 6,500 people are expected at the Memorial Center in Potocari for the annual genocide commemoration. These people were babies. Fucking unimaginable pain, man.
There was about probably nearly 100 Ks.
Hey, Manda.
Walking through the Serbian zone, all the pretty much zone from Srebrenica to Tuzla. And we knew it's not going to be easy. We all knew it's not going to be easy. We're going to try to get through it. We're going to try to fight our way through it. It was a really hard journey. It was really hard and costly. A lot of people got killed. Me, my father, and my 3 brothers, because there was 6 of us kids, 1 sister and 4 brothers. I lost one of my brother on the start of the war in 1992 when the war got started. One of my brother got killed, and there was me and 3 brothers and my father. We went with the other army towards the checkpoint up on different village where we all getting together, and we gotten ready to start walking through the bush into the Tuzla.
When the war started, we had military in normal sport shoes, normal uniforms, civilian uniforms. So some of them were teenagers, some of them are just like ordinary people dressed carrying guns, because that was the only things they had to defend. So think 1992, 1993, these are civilians defending country. These are your neighbors. These are your people that you see that I used to see on the bus. Now they are all military and defending things. We had no option.
From the very first beginning of the walk, I remember I was crossing that first border from Srebrenica into the military zone. As soon as we pretty much got into their territory, they bang, they start attacking us. They start shooting, they start dropping the grenades, they start dropping the bombs. And from very start beginning, people start getting killed. And one of my brother was with me. My father and other 2 brothers, we got separated. So I didn't know nothing about them. Every day was different. Every day was hard. First thing, we didn't have any food. Like, we didn't have food at all. So we tried to eat whatever we can find along, like leaves, mushrooms, any apples if there's any. And what they did as well, they poisoned the waters as well. if it's like a water on the way that we're going to go through, they put some chemicals in the water as well. And some people, like, they drink the water and then they sort of going crazy after that, like they're not all there. And was really hard. Was really hard.
And being attacked from all sides, it's pretty much, there is a lot of fear, there is a lot of uncertainty, and you feel that every day it's a new day, that there is something potentially coming, that you won't be able to escape the situation. At that time, as a Muslim, I felt that some ease came to us, to our, pretty much to our hearts, to our, that we could feel that God is with us. Sorry.
Luckily, we got through the safe zone, me and my brother. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for a lot of people, which was day 7 for us. First group got through day 6. We got through day 7, me and my brother. When we got through towards the army that was waiting for us on the other side, that was like a big relief. Thanks God, we got through, we made it. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case for many of them. Later on, probably in day 20-something, we heard that my father and one of my brothers, they're alive. They got through it. And my other brother, he didn't make it. He got killed in the way, and he left behind. And till today, his remains, we never found him.
I think it was day 3 when Mum said we actually are gonna go and get onto those either buses or trucks that we're transporting. So when we actually lined up waiting to climb on top of those trucks to be taken over, there was Chetniks, so the Serbian army, were actually standing on the side, of those lines, and they were pretty much putting aside any male. Their reason was interrogation. They're going to interrogate, but we came to know what those interrogation meant after. Those people were put aside to be killed, and one of them actually pointed at my brother at the time. So my mum stepped in and said, my son is not going to step aside. He's just a child. And he said that they need to interrogate, they need to check some things. And my mum repeated, there is nothing to check. He's just barely a child. He's a young boy. And he shouted at my mum saying, climb the truck. And Mum said, I am not going anywhere without my son. I think this is destiny, perhaps, that we had a former neighbor, a Bosnian Serb, that joined their army. He actually recognized my mum, and he approached the guard. He said to him, can you let this boy go? And he said, I know this family, I know this child, let this child go. And that guard actually, he was so frustrated, he grabbed my brother by the back of his clothes and he shoved him towards the truck. And my mum, without any hesitation, she just grabbed my brother and kind of like put him on the truck. She knew what would have happened to my brother. Along the way, we saw our men that went over the forest being captured by army, and they were in groups. So they were captured, and a lot of them were bleeding, and some women also saw that our Bosnian men were actually shot in the nearby fields, and their bodies were just lying down, and we know what happened to those bodies after. The mass graves were dug up, and those bodies were put into the mass graves, and so very traumatic.
When I got through in the Tuzla and all that, and then we start looking for the family, the rest of the family, my mother, my sister, and the sisters-in-laws and all that. And there was a place where they set up all the camps for all these people that are coming from Srebrenica into the Tuzla. And we got told there's a place there that they all should be there. Whoever got through, it should be there. And we went to look for them, and we found them. And yeah, my mother was actually very happy to see us. And she was asking for the other brother, where is he? What you do? What you tell her? We had to tell her the truth. He didn't make it. He didn't make it. And she lost one son before, and there was a second one. Was really hard for her, actually. It was hard for all of us, but especially for her. And yeah, I had to tell her the truth. So yeah, it was hard. It was really hard, actually.
I didn't really know the impact this war had on my parents until some time ago. My father, for example, last year woke up from a dream that he had of his brother on his birthday, Gemma, who my family still says I look like him and I resemble him. He, at the time, was 17. My father had a dream of him. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
He woke up, and I've never seen my father cry, never seen him shed a tear, not because he didn't have the capability to, but because he was strong enough to hide that from me. He said that it didn't impact me like it did to him. With this dream, I remember him waking up crying in the garage, and me and my siblings obviously didn't understand what was going on. I was maybe 16 at the time, maybe 17, and he was telling me how much he misses his brother, and he tells me the stories of how he lost him. The story goes that during the war, my father was, I think, 14 or 15, and his brother Jamal was 16, and they had to flee through the forest to the safe grounds in Tuzla, and it was my father, my great-grandfather, my grandpa, and my uncle Jamal. They were going through the forest, and my dad and my grandpa Esed, they made it through, and my uncle Jamal, who was 16, was by himself, and my grandfather was holding this Quran with him. And because my uncle didn't come through the forest with them, my grandfather said that he will not go and live his life if his son doesn't come with him. So my grandfather left his Quran with my father, and he went back into the forest to find my uncle. He was never seen after that, and his body is buried in Srebrenica next to his son. This is the only thing I have left of my grandfather.
After the war finished, I ended up in Australia. My other brother ended up in America. My sister ended up in America. Yeah, my parents was in Bosnia. They didn't want to go anywhere. They went back to the farm. They built a small house. They were living back there. Would be about 2001 or 2002. They went back. That was really hard back then as well, going back. It was sort of safe, but wasn't safe because the Serbs were still there. And they were still started provoking every day and making the troubles and all that. But they didn't give up. They went there and they went through all the problems and troubles and all that. But my mum, she passed 2009, and my father passed away this year in March. So when my father passed away, there was me there, and my brother came from America. My sister, she was there as well. We were all together, and we done the funeral and all that, finished everything, and there was a time we have to go back. I have to come back to Australia, and they're going to go back to America. And the hardest thing was for me to when we locked the house and left, knowing one chapter is finished, mum passed away, dad passed away. I locked the house and yeah, this is it, we're done. one chapter is finished. Like who's gonna come next year, whoever. Like but different feeling when you got no parents and when you got no family there. It's different feeling to go back there. Like when my mum was alive and my dad, like I couldn't wait to get there. But now it's different. Like the feeling's different. Knowing that you got no one there, it's hard. It's hard.
جزاكم خير. Tell us the story.
That's rough, man. And it's all happening, you know, in Gaza as well. All of it. Same stuff. In Sudan and... Good night, my love. I'll come cuddle you later, okay? Oh, my love. So fucking insane, man. What? I just don't get how people can do that to each other, right? I just don't get it, man. Still, after watching this live stream genocide, I still don't get it. I still don't get how this is real. How people can actually do this shit. Okay. This is a video that's been watched by 1.7 million people. When a genocide was broadcast live on TV. This is also about Srebrenica. You know, when I think about a person like Lindsey Graham, I bet you during this time, Lindsey was all for what was happening to these people. Lindsey didn't give a fuck. Lindsey would have been okay with this shit.
Follower detected.
Man. That's why I can never be, like, I'll never feel sad for Lindsey. The amount of pain and suffering that prick has caused this world, like, I can't shed a single tear. I will not grieve a single second. An evil man has gone.
A soldier in camouflage gear holding a weapon is forcing a man to call for his friends and family. The man is wearing a dirty shirt. He seems underfed. The man is called Osman. Nermin is his son. As Osman thanks his captor, the handheld camera recording tells us it is 4 p.m. on the 13th of July 1995. It is in fact not safe with the Serbs.
Oh my God.
Osman and his son Nermin will not survive the end of the week. Osman and Nermin were among 40,000 people taking refuge in a town called Srebrenica.
Salam, Amira.
They were under official protection from the United Nations. Over 9 days in July, the lives of these refugees changed forever. Serb soldiers kill more than 8,000 men and boys and hundreds of women. This massacre is the first recognized genocide on European soil since the Second World War. It's also one of the biggest failures of the international community.
Ze gingen daar dus niet naartoe met het idee, het zou wel eens mogelijk kunnen zijn dat we moeten vechten.
You are now under the protection of the UN forces.
What's going on today here?
You know what's going on.
Don't shoot the piano player.
Se mogu prositi.
Kako se nešto prositi?
Fuck, man. When they start splitting people up like this, you know shit isn't good. When they start doing the men on this side, men and boys on this side, and women on the other side, you know shit's no good.
I've been fascinated by this topic for a long time. The war in the former Yugoslavia is the first war I remember seeing on the television. And growing up in the Netherlands, Srebrenica was on the news every couple of years, because those UN peacekeepers you can see on the footage, they were Dutch. Srebrenica became a national trauma. 30 years later, and charges of genocide are again being leveled. I wanted to know two things. How could these 9 days happen? And what is the situation now, 3 decades on, both in Bosnia and in the Netherlands?
Yeah, I'm really keen to understand what the Dutch did, eh? I'm really keen to understand what the Dutch did. I bet you they didn't feel any remorse.
So I did extensive research. I talked to experts, to survivors, to people living there right now, and I mapped the situation in 3D.
Take care, Curves. Have a good rest. I'll catch you soon. Hey, so this might be a good time. Just before we dive very deep into this, I just want to show you. We're talking about power, to hold power to account, and I just want to show you this. I have finished loading dataset 11 of the Epstein files into our platform. 330,000 emails, equaling 3 million files, because some emails have multiple pages, are now in production and ready to be investigated all through. Okay, so all the files are here. All the data has been extracted, and we're gonna go through this as well. And I'm gonna give the community access to this. This is our platform, guys. This is our community platform to get into. I want people to be part of this. And this is our opportunity to start to hold power to account. This is our test environment. I'll just show you some cool stuff. Not only, yeah, he passed Capricorn, yes. We now have our own Miro style management of being able to create deep links and do some real investigation. So I am feeling so good about this. All the way from adding notes to going through different files. Dataset 11 is completely in here now. Dataset 11 is completely in here. 3 million pages or 330,000 emails, all in here, ready for investigation. Okay, so either tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I will walk everybody through the step-by-step of this. But I just want you to know that we have a community platform now, and we need to go hell for leather to hold these powerful people to account. And it's not just the Epstein files. We will add other cases in here, and we will, as a community, start to put the pieces together, connect the dots together, and this is a really nice way to collaborate. Okay, so I will speak more about this, but the best way is, if you're not on Discord already, I know most of you are. If you're not on Discord already, get on Discord, and I will start sharing this website. You can only we are only going to access this through our community to begin with, because I know that there are going to be lots of people who want to destroy this. I know that there are going to be bots, whatever, wanting to get in here and spoil this, but it's not going to happen. You can only log into this platform through your Discord, and you can only get access to this if you belong to the Noisy Immigrant Discord channel. Okay, that's how we're going to launch this, and you can log in with your Discord, and once you log in, you'll have your own setup ready to go. Okay, so guys, go to the Discord. Over the next couple of days, we'll launch this, and we are going to work like hell on many cases, not just Epstein. Epstein is the start, but we are going to work on many cases. This is how a community can collaborate and do some incredible work for the world. And that's what I see here. So join our Discord, everybody. Join our community Discord, and we will start to organize it. The admins know about it, but we are getting our shit together. I am getting my shit together. Admins already, have their shit together. I'm getting my shit together. The admins are great. Thank you for everyone who's helped out, who've sat through the 16,000 pages page by page that we went through with the Epstein files, because from that experience, this has been possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to build this in the way it is right now. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of your support. So we have an investigative platform now, and we are going to collaborate, and we're going to do as much as we can with whatever we have in order to bring accountability to power. And it's not just Epstein files. We're going to do whatever investigation is required. If an ICE agent kills somebody, if there's a police officer who murders somebody somewhere, we'll create a case about it. We'll start centralizing information, and we'll hold these people to account. That is what I'm down to do. Okay. I'll come back to that. Either tomorrow or day after. It's very close, and yeah, we'll launch it next week, and we're away. Join our Discord, everybody.
Srebrenica is a small town. It's situated in a narrow valley in Bosnia-Herzegovina. It was already known in Roman times for the...
So my goal, by the way, is by the time we get to, Tuesday next week, that all data sets are in there. So I can import all the data sets, and I'm going to be trying to do as many as possible. Dataset 11 is the biggest, I think, in terms of number of pages. But yeah, now I can import all of them. So we'll have all the data sets in there. Nero, how did he pass away? Apparently his bigotry and vile racism and white supremacy rotted him from the inside.
Silver you could find in the mountains nearby.
Something to do with a liver thing.
Srebre means silver. I wanted to come here because I've heard the name of this town countless of times, from documentaries, newspapers, books. And for me, the name of this has always been connected to the horrible fate of thousands of innocent people and the role Dutch soldiers played in it. But I've never been there. With this in my head, it's weird to drive up to this town and to see a tourism board welcome me. I've seen grainy footage of people in panic, of a UN base completely overrun with people trying to flee. And if you go around this town, the marks that the war left are never far. But then again, it's also just a town where people live, where you can get a donor, where they know that only pain can lead to gain. Hasan Nuhanovic survived the war in this town, and he remembers growing up there.
I grew up in Srebrenica until the second grade of primary school. I loved my childhood in Srebrenica, I just loved it. While we were aware of our different ethnic backgrounds, we still spent together, all our time. I think the feeling of being a Yugoslav was very strong.
Me, bro.
Wait, who are those different ethnicities in the country Yugoslavia Hasan is talking about? Let me show you.
So Yugoslavia is this country on the Balkans, and you have all these people that have been living here together for centuries, and they all live next door to each other. You've got Orthodox Christians, you've got Catholics, you've got Muslims, mostly in this green area. But if you look at this, you might think, oh, these people are super different. And that's just not true. If you put them in a lineup, you wouldn't really be able to tell them apart. Most of them speak the same language, and almost all of them are Slavs. There is some bad fighting in this area in the First World War, and a very, very bad civil war in the Second World War. If you want to know more about that and want to know more about this country, I made a whole video talking about the history of Yugoslavia. So after the Second World War, the country continues as a socialist republic. You see, they have a nice star in their flag. And they have a charismatic leader, Josip Broz Tito. In a socialist country, under a communist party, religion kind of gets a back seat in this time. So there's this joke that goes around. What's the difference between a Serb, a Croat, and a Bosniak, a Muslim? Well, the difference is the Serb doesn't touch Orthodox icons in the church, the Croat doesn't go to Catholic Mass, and the Muslim never prays towards Mecca. But that is about to change. Every day I bike to my office, I'm reminded of something. Something that makes this video possible. And something that, I swear, when I was writing this, still had an ad outside. And that is Odoo, the best all-in-one business management software on the planet. It's easy to add pages and features, and you can choose the hosting and support. When Tito dies and the country is hit by a bad economic crisis, the leaders start to embrace nationalism. They begin to play up the differences and divide the people based on their ethnicities.
Thank you, Mipro.
The 80s came with this sort of awareness that, okay, the ethnic difference between me and the Serbs may not be something I should take lightly. It was scary to learn that my ethnicity may be a problem for myself, my parents, my neighbors, my relatives, the people who lived around me.
Media in all nations start highlighting the differences between the people that have been living together in peace.
There was a flood of information or disinformation or propaganda or whatever, maybe historical facts, I don't know, about the atrocities of the World War II.
During World War II, a Croatian party and some Bosnian Muslims side with the Nazis. Croatians kill more than 300,000 Serbs.
Shit.
When Croatians decide they want to be independent, Serbs living here fear they might become a minority. They themselves...
Wait. Isn't this Sudetenland? Isn't this where Sudetenland was in World War II? Isn't this where didn't Hitler take a bit of this land? Is it Sudetenland or Rhineland? I think it's Sudetenland, isn't it? Or what he called Sudetenland.
themselves declare independence and then start a war. In this war, civilians are targeted and a new term starts to dominate the international media: ethnic cleansing. Killing civilians and deporting people from the land they have been living in. Now, it's important to mention that all sides committed war crimes, and many Serbs were the victims of ethnic cleansing. But Serbs were overall responsible for the most violence and the most horrible atrocities. The international community is seeing this happen, but at first they are not willing to do much. You have to understand that everyone is really busy with other big things that are happening in this time. The Soviet Union has just collapsed. It's the end of the Cold War. Germany has just been united again.
Hey, Roscoe.
Eventually, early in 1992, the UN sends peacekeepers to Croatia. Where one conflict seems frozen, another is about to erupt.
And the Bosnian Serbs, our neighbors, started wearing uniforms and carrying rifles in front of us. My mother's name was Nasiha. My father's name...
Bro, what? Did Croatia back Hitler? Okay, I need to like get back on the World War II. Was with the Nazis? Oh shit. Croatians are Nazis, aren't they? Well, not all of them. Bro, I'm telling you, the reason why denazification didn't work is how the fuck are you going to denazify the whole West? The West was basically fucking Nazified. You can't just denazify 2 continents. That's why there was no denazification.
Name was Ibro, which is a short version of Ibrahim, and my brother's name was Mohammed, but we all in our family always called him Braco, which means little boy.
The Bosnian Serbs declare an independent state. Their president, Karadzic, and General Ratko Mladic command Serb forces to attack villages in eastern Bosnia where Bosniaks live. They start a bloody siege of the biggest city in Bosnia, Sarajevo. They built concentration camps. The papers are filled with images that remind people of the Second World War.
We hid in the woods for days, and then for weeks and months, actually, we moved from one village to another.
As Hassan and his family are on the run from this violence, they hear about a place where Bosniak soldiers are defending a city.
It was the last refuge for the people like us.
Kind of like when the US didn't hold the traitors accountable in 1865. Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is, I don't think that racism was just a Southern thing. Racism is an American thing. It's just, you know, I can't believe he's gone. The universe has given me a gift of joy today, CC.
Srebrenica lies in the middle of the area Bosnian Serbs now claim as their own. It's a 20-minute drive to the river Drina, which is the border with Serbia. As Hassan then finally arrives, it doesn't take long for him to understand this is not a safe place. The Serbs are in...
I'm sorry, who died? Lindsey Graham. Lindsey. Old Lindsey cocked it. World War II was not a war to defeat fascism. It was a war to determine who would be the dominant fascist powers in the future. No. World War II was about sovereignty. It wasn't about defeating fascism. You're absolutely right. Because Winston Churchill was a raging fascist. So, yeah, I mean, it was never about stopping fascism. It was about sovereignty and control.
Positions over the hills. They regularly shell the city. Bosniak men have formed a makeshift army to protect the city, but they lack munition.
Sovereignty.
They don't have artillery.
Let me be clear. it was about white sovereignty. During the Second World War, Tito, their later leader, was a partisan, I grew up being told.
Or tanks. And this town that normally houses around 8,000 people is now growing to 40,000. There's just not enough food and supplies for all these people.
Because there was no self-rising flour or yeast to be found anywhere in Srebrenica, people started using the powder from fire extinguishers as a leavening agent.
I don't know what to say, Cici.
There was no shortage of extinguishers. You could find them in every apartment building and in all the offices and factories. They were all taken away and smashed over.
If you're wondering why we're learning about Srebrenica, it's because it's the 30th anniversary of the genocide in Srebrenica, and we are learning about, what went on there. We are remembering, we are educating ourselves. This is all important stuff.
Open, and the extinguishing powder was removed and sold on the market. I still have no idea what chemicals were in it or what the long-term health effects of consuming it might have been.
To do something, the UN starts a campaign of humanitarian assistance. They send convoys with foodstuff, but the Serbs, they control the roads. They do not let them enter the town. Food shortages become a big issue. The people are desperate, so they go on raids to these villages that are literally just over the mountain. And then, accompanied by a few soldiers, up to 10,000 desperate people storm to the towns that are being defended by the Bosnian Serb army. These raids are extremely dangerous.
Try to imagine people breaking into a house, emptying a freezer and stuffing their bags full of meat, while outside the flesh of their fellow human beings is flying through the air and blood is spurting from torn off limbs.
As the convoys can't get through, the UN now starts sending planes to drop food.
Suddenly it started raining grains of rice. Apparently some of the sacks tore open halfway down. Then something almost disastrous happened. Suddenly a bunch of canned goods came falling down. Yes, really, metal cans from 3,000 meters up. A man standing next to me was hit in the shoulder and screamed in pain.
These food droppings lead to chaos, with people fighting over the parcels.
Really, Ivan?
In this desperate situation, in March 1993, a French UN general, Philippe Morillon, reaches the city. When he wants to leave, the people stop him. He tries to calm them and he promises the crowd,
You are now under the protection of the UN forces.
He actually showed up.
Were they killed because they were Muslim? Yeah. I mean, this is anti-Islam. This is dehumanization of a people. This is all of those things that is happening in Palestine. That happened to the Jews, that happened to the Congolese, that happened to the Indians. All the same shit. It's just unrestricted bigotry and dehumanization.
In Srebrenica, and we thought we were saved. The generals there, with us.
Will you be reading the reports from the special rapporteur? The writings in it haunt me all these years later. Oh, really? Kid Explain? No, I didn't realize. Can you please link Kid Explain? We'll read it after this.
What Hassan doesn't know is that this General Morillon has acted without any permission from his bosses in New York. They don't like this at all. What does he mean, protect these people? How? They are in the middle of Serb territory.
But if this doesn't work, General, what do you think it will do to the people? Because they warm to your words.
It will work.
In the end, the UN improvises, and they come up with this new thing, safe areas. This is not normal UN procedure.
Thank you.
It's actually never been done before.
Thank you,
A total
Mira.
of 6 towns
Welcome.
will be put under defense of the United Nations. UN soldiers are supposed to keep the peace. And these peacekeepers will play a pivotal role in the story. And you've seen them before, these soldiers with the blue helmets and the white tanks sent by the UN. But I never really understood what their mandate was. What could they do? What couldn't they do? Could they use violence? If they couldn't, why are they there? So to understand, I asked a military historian to explain some things to me.
Mijn naam is Dion Landstra en ik ben militair historicus. Op het moment dat de Tweede Wereldoorlog ten einde is en de VN in het leven wordt geroepen, dan zijn zij natuurlijk de pleitbezorger van vrede en veiligheid. Daarvoor krijgen ze een aantal tools in een toolbox, een aantal gereedschappen. In de eerste plaats is het hoofdstuk 6. Dat is eigenlijk de vreedzame oplossing van geschillen, waarbij je als een soort bemiddelaar of als scheidsrechter optreedt, de VN. Dan heb je het andere hoofdstuk, is hoofdstuk 7. Dat is waarbij de VN in geval van nood geweld mag gebruiken om vrede af te dwingen. Dat noemen ze peace enforcement.
At one point, they needed to keep two fighting armies apart. This wasn't really mediation, but also it wasn't peace enforcement. So they invented something new.
Nou, dit fenomeen werd
This phenomenon was called
en
peacekeeping.
staat ook wel bekend
And
als
is also
hoofdstuk
known as
6,5.
chapter
Maar staat
6.5.
dus nergens
Although
op
it's
papier.
not written down
Now the
anywhere.
UN doesn't have its own army to do all this peacekeeping and peace enforcing. They are dependent on countries to send troops. In this mission, the UN also relies on NATO to provide air support. The idea is still that the UN is strictly neutral. Now, being strictly neutral doesn't mean they are not allowed to fire weapons at all. The UN writes down what they can do. They say that its troops can use force and air power in self-defense in a couple of scenarios. For instance, if the safe areas are bombed, or if armed enemies enter the area.
Hey, Shanna!
Or if UN forces or humanitarian convoys are obstructed in their movement. It's not too bad of a mandate. Technically, they can do a lot. The Srebrenica safe haven starts with a contingent of Canadian troops, and when their time ends, the UN is searching for a country to do a new mission. But no one really wants this. This enclave is deep into Serb territory. It's hard to defend. It's going to be dangerous. But the Dutch are really keen to participate. They want to put their best leg forward, as we say in the Netherlands. So, in go the Dutch soldiers.
By the way, the Netherlands gave up 700,000 Jews to the Nazis, who were then sent to their death. The Dutch worked very closely with the Nazis.
Soldiers.
I'm Henk Voets, a veteran Dutch Bat 2, 2nd Dutch Bat Battalion in Potjari, Srebrenica.
And here's another thing. In Indonesia, the reason why the Dutch didn't recognize Israel till 1959 was because they were committing their own mass murder of the Indonesian people, of which they killed like 45,000 people between 1949, not 1959, 1949. They massacred upwards of 50,000 Indonesian people between 1945 and 1949. And yeah, the Dutch people were committing their own mass murder while they were denouncing Hitler.
These soldiers are part of the UN Protection Force, or UN Profor.
I couldn't believe I came in such a place because it looked like the Middle Ages, unbelievable. There was nothing. People walking on barefoot, hardly clothes at their body. So we arrived at...
Because it was a Dutch colony and they were trying to hold on to their colony while mass murdering Indonesians. Do you think any European country is just, especially Western European fucking colonizers? They've mass murdered so many people. Europe has everything it has because it mass murdered and stole.
July 94 in the summer. We saw many people only walking along the road, no cars, nothing at all. There was no light for the people, no gas, no water. They didn't have anything.
They have their HQ in an old battery factory in Potocari. This is just north of the town of Srebrenica. They also have a base in the town. They also man observation posts all around the enclave. This whole zone is supposed to be demilitarized.
The crazy thing is, they were all voting to partition Palestine while doing their own fucking holocausts around the world. Like, it's so crazy. They were mass murdering so many people around the world while, doing the reparations thing by giving away Palestinian land. The unaccounted for, like, the amount of crimes Europe has committed in the name of white supremacy is fucking insane. Like, you can't... I can't tell you. It's eye-watering. And they continue to do it now and getting away with it. It's fucking insane.
Christ.
It was completely surrounded by enemies. There was only one way in and out, only one road, one entrance.
In total, there will be 3 Dutch battalions at Potocari, each serving a 6-month posting.
But they told us...
Ooh, Zakchap has sent a collaboration request. Hold up. Where's our Zakchap? Hello. Hey, can you hear me, Zakchap? Oh, I couldn't hear him.
There could be a chance we wouldn't come back.
Prank call.
So they advised us to write a letter.
The people in Enclave believe that the Dutch are here to help them. But are they up for the job? What weapons do they actually have? When preparing for the mission, some in the Dutch army proposed to take...
I clicked your name, but the button was hit. Oh, you misclicked? Ah, I see. It was a prank call. Butt dial.
Mortars.
Butt dial.
Some proposed to take Stinger rocket launchers, radar, 25mm cannon with heat sensor. But the politicians and the top of the military didn't really do their homework.
Als gevolg van deze analyse had Dutchbat de mindset.
As a result of this analysis, Dutchbat had the mindset
dat ze met een peacekeeping missie aan de
they were
slag
embarking on a peacekeeping mission.
De resoluties duidelijk wijzen
even though the resolution
enforcement.
clearly indicate peace enforcement.
Ze gingen daar dus niet naartoe met
They
het
didn't
idee,
go
het
there
zou wel eens
thinking
mogelijk kunnen zijn
it could be possible we have to fight.
Dat we moeten vechten.
The politicians are mostly concerned with not having any Dutch soldiers die. They think that giving them heavy weapons will upset the Serbs. They didn't really read these rules of engagement that the UN gave to them.
Zach, ready to start the stream in 3 minutes. Guys, if you haven't followed Zakchap, go follow Zakchap. Go watch his stream. Very, very hardworking creator, full of information and education. Yeah. Go check Zakchap out. If you haven't followed them, do it.
So they don't take the mortars. They don't take the Stingers, they don't take the radar, and they change the 25mm cannon to a .50 machine gun. So was this normal?
Hazara, thank you.
One of the other safe areas is protected by Nordbad. This is a battalion made up of mostly Swedish and Danish troops.
Anma,
this
thank
Nordbad brings Leopard tanks, and they're not afraid to use them. They actually became known as shootbat, with how easy they are with engaging the enemy. The UN doesn't always like this, but the Nordbad enclave and its civilians will survive the end of the war.
In those local environments down there, you have to respond to any threat. You have to be, you would call, a bit macho.
Jesus.
Because if you do not act macho down there, they will walk over you immediately. So we told them, we are from an old Viking warrior tribe, so don't piss on us, because we will shoot back at you. And they really got the message.
What a douche. Old Viking warrior tribe. What a douche.
I mean, look at the guy. I want him to protect my enclave. Now, Dutchbat doesn't have any tanks. But luckily, they will be able to rely on air support. The UN has instituted a no-fly zone. NATO planes can support the troops. They will need it, because the Serbs are now also trying to undermine the fighting power of the battalion.
One convoy got hostage for 8 days. It's a pretty long time. It was a fuel convoy. It was headed to our enclave. But because the fuel didn't come, we had to shut down every generator. So the only thing what was working was...
Folks, if you're going to share a link, make sure you tell everybody what the link is. The last thing I want is people to be clicking on things that they don't want to see by mistake. We need to protect not just the live, but we also need to protect what people are seeing and watching. If you don't have, okay. Please put a description there next time. Please, please, please. Because we've had people posting all sorts of shit before.
Was the lights of the compound. We couldn't shower anymore. We didn't have heating anymore. And in November it started to get cold in Bosnia.
All good.
Remember how the UN had said that force is possible if the freedom of movement of UN troops is restricted. This is such a situation. So, bring in the Air Force, right? But behind the scenes, the UN has grown more reluctant to use air power.
Hey, Streets
To
fans,
understand
welcome.
that, we have to zoom out and look at the bigger political picture. Especially, who are the leaders of this
First time
UN
chat.
mission?
Hello.
Akashi is eigenlijk de civiele leider van de militaire missie. Hij is de special representative van de Secretary-General. Een diplomaat, Japanner van afkomst. En hij hangt
he
heel erg
strongly
dat
adheres to the peacekeeping
ideologie
ideology.
aan.
Akashi is trying really hard.
Gotta head to bed now. It's 4 a.m. where I'm at. Night, y'all. See you, equal. Sleep well. What is it? It'll be Sunday for you tomorrow, right? Have a wonderful Sunday if we don't see you.
Hard to broker a peace, but it's a peace that does not exist on the ground.
Janvier is de militaire baas van de missie, de zogenaamde Force Commander. Hij is een Fransman van afkomst, generaal.
He is
en
French
hij leidt
by
dus eigenlijk
origin,
het militaire deel
and
van
he
de missie.
essentially leads the
waarbij
military,
hij ook wel overtuigd
while
is van
also
het
being
feit dat dat met
convinced
name op
that
een
it should
peacekeeping
primarily be carried
wijze
out in a peacekeeping manner.
moet gebeuren.
I've always been extremely fucking suspicious of UN peacekeeping, the UN peacekeeping is such a gaslight. They're not there to keep the peace. They're there to protect capital, Western capital.
Recent history has shown them how peacekeeping can go wrong. In 1992, the UN started a humanitarian mission
explain?
during the civil war in Somalia. Peacekeeping then turned to peace enforcing. UN soldiers from America got into a fight and 19 of
What the fuck is peace enforcing?
them died. You might have seen the film Black Hawk Down about this incident. A picture of an American body dragged through the streets has dominated the news. Akashi and Janvier want to avoid this at all costs.
3954.
And this gets
Thank you
real
for
in
the follow.
1994. 2 times the UN has responded to Serb aggression with airstrikes. But the Serbs react furiously. They retaliate by taking UN peacekeepers.
Oh, Ram, we had a great chat about Lindsey Graham cocking it. We had a long chat about Lindsey and how we feel about him.
Hostage.
Het belangrijkste gevolg van deze twee gebeurtenissen is dat
JTB2121, thank you for the follow.
Er langzaam een bepaalde mate van terughoudendheid ontstaat bij de VN om dat luchtwapen in te zetten, omdat de Serviërs elke keer gijzelaars nemen.
Janvier and Akashi are pressured by all these countries sending their troops not to be too aggressive. In May 1995, Janvier goes to New York to report to the United Nations. He tells his superiors he is handicapped by these safe areas. They are mostly inside Serb-controlled territory. He wants to leave the safe areas, so he doesn't need to worry about UN personnel when they use air weapons.
Without lightning rods, stay out of the store.
But the UN doesn't give in to his demands. Then a 3rd time they use the Air Force after Serb aggression. Now Serbs capture UN personnel and use them as human shields. They chain them to military targets, to barracks, to airfields, taunting the UN. Many of these hostages are French. The Frenchman, Janvier, secretly meets with Mladic, the general, to negotiate their release. When hostages get released, the Serbs claim Janvier has made a promise. There won't be any more airstrikes. The UN denies this, and it's unclear whether a deal has been made or not. But one direct result is that the UN makes the requests for airstrikes stricter.
Wat er onder andere gebeurt is dat de VN eist dat er een doelenlijst moet zijn waar de vliegtuigen dus daadwerkelijk op gaan bombarderen. En dat er zicht moet zijn op een smoking gun.
And a smoking gun in this sense is quite literally visible smoke coming from a tank or a piece of artillery. Shortly after, at a staff meeting, Janvier says,
"Hey Belinda,
Don't
welcome."
you understand? I have to get rid of the enclave.
The Serbs test the waters. On the 20th of June, 2 Serbian Gala bombers get into the air. The UN has this no-flight zone, remember? So, will the UN intercept...
Peacekeeping airstrikes? Bro, honestly, anything that comes out of the West, peacekeeping, all of this bullshit, like I've learned to just go, okay, it means exactly the opposite.
Except the Serb planes, nothing happens.
Oh my. Condolences to the grave that will hold his body. Even the earth deserves better company. Well said. peace bombs, yeah.
By now, the 3rd Dutch Bat Battalion has been in the enclave for a few months. The commander of the battalion is Lieutenant Colonel Tom Karremans. He has been deployed before, in Lebanon and again in Yugoslavia. Before this mission, his commanders had some doubts about his capabilities. He lacks charisma. They are not really sure about his resolve. But he's loyal, and it was his turn to make a promotion and command a battalion. So they send him anyway. What Karremans doesn't know is that
I was born in 1990 in the US, and it's amazing to me how much happened during my childhood that I am just completely unaware of. I don't know if my parents were just good at shielding me or if Americans as a whole just don't care. I think, look, I've learned about so many different things that happened. I was born, for example, in 1986, the first Intifada. You know, like, so much has happened since 1986, like through my childhood, that I didn't even know about. The fall of the Soviet Union, you know, all of these things. The second Intifada. Yeah, the second Intifada was in what, 2000, 2002? All of these things, like, looking back at it, has been such an important learning experience for me. This happened in 95. I had no idea how bad it was until October the 7th happened. And then I started looking into these things. I had no idea how bad these things were. I knew some historical events about European colonization, things like that. But man, this is, you know, when you truly start looking at events, specific events, the shit that you've just kind of breezed over because life got up. When was I born? 1986.
The Serbs are up to something. In March, a president of the Bosnian Serbs has ordered the military to
create an unbearable situation of total insecurity with no hope of further survival or life for the inhabitants of Srebrenica.
The issue is that Dutch Bat is in the way. To undermine the fighting strengths of the battalion, the Serbs have been starving Dutch Bat of supplies. No munition, diesel or petrol reaches the base. The soldiers, they live on biscuits, on canned foods, on...
As a Palestinian, our parents told us everything we thought they were crazy, but now we know they were right all along. Oh yeah, Hundi. Like, the fact that Palestinians know their history is so amazing. We just never got taught. Well, or we got taught something that was so whitewashed and, you know, not particularly great. I look about 30. Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Daddy Pie. Wasn't he pro-Israeli? Who's this?
Vitamin pills. The men and women hadn't seen fresh fruit or vegetables in 65 days. Morale was low. Most are looking forward to the end of the mission.
Dying for Srebrenica, that wasn't worth it.
Oh yeah, Lindsey Graham, massive pro-Israel. Lindsey Graham was ready to pick up a gun.
And then the battalion is also not in full fighting force. The Serbs allowed soldiers to go on leave, but stopped them from coming back. This means they're down from 600 soldiers to about 400, of which only 150 are fighting personnel. July comes. It's hot in the Bosnian mountains. In just 9 days, the fate of Srebrenica and its population...
Yeah, the only thing sad about Lindsey Graham dying is that he didn't face accountability for his war crime and genocidal rhetoric, you know? Just like Henry Kissinger, all of these people should be, you know, treated like Saddam Hussein. Otherwise, you know, where's the equity in the world? Like, you can't just hang Saddam Hussein and leave Lindsey. to die of natural causes.
Nation will be sealed. On the 6th of July on a Thursday, it's the start of the Serb attack. At 3:50 a.m., the Serbs fire 6 rockets over the Dutch compound. At 5, they start shelling the observation post Foxtrot at the enclave border. In the OP, Dutch soldiers Mark Klaver and Raviv van Rensen cower in their bunker. They call the Dutch-led HQ to withdraw, but are not allowed to do so. They estimate more than 200 shells land near the OP. It is hit by 2 tank grenades. In Potocari at the Dutch-led HQ, the soldiers take shelter underground. They kill time by watching a Wimbledon tennis match. It's Elting against Agassi. The soldiers have one thing on their mind: going home. Karamans hears about the shelling of OP Foxtrot. He calls directly with the staff in Sarajevo to discuss what his options are. What kind of air support can the battalion get? On the 6th of July there are 2 options: close air support and airstrikes.
Close air support is het directe ondersteunen van eigen troepen die op dat moment in gevaar zijn.
Who are in danger at the moment.
Airstrikes zijn luchtaanvallen op strategische doelen.
Air attacks on strategic targets. That's the other thing. Strategic targets. Whenever they say strategic targets, you know they're about to kill some innocent civilians.
Die niks te maken hebben met het nabijgevecht.
That have nothing to do with the close range fighting at that moment. Of course not.
Op dat moment. Daar kun je bijvoorbeeld denken aan konvooi.
You can think, for example, of convoys, military storage sites.
Aan militaire opslagplaatsen, aan vliegvelden en
airfields and important military infrastructure.
For close air support, or CAS, Karamans has to have a list of targets. And there has to be this smoking gun. Units have to be attacked at the exact moment that airplanes give the support. To ask for CAS, Karamans sends a request to regional command in Tuzla. They check if there is a target list and this smoking gun. They then send this request through to Bosnia Command in Sarajevo. In Sarajevo, they check the requirements again. If they are correct, they then send it to Zagreb, where the main HQ of UN Command is located. In Zagreb, Janvier and Akashi have to agree with the assessment, and they have to check with NATO if they're able to provide the close air support.
The defining United Nations Special Report on Srebrenica massacre is the 1999 report of the Secretary General pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 53/35, often referred to as the Fall of Srebrenica. It serves as the most comprehensive official UN accounting of July 1995 genocide. HTTPS Digital Library. Thank you so much. Cheers, Kid Explain.
Sounds super complicated and maybe a bit hard to follow to you. Well, that's because it is. There's this huge bureaucracy surrounding this air support. And we'll see how long it can take for a request to reach the top, if it even does reach it. What is interesting about this chain of command is that because of some officers are on leave, the entire command chain has Dutch personnel present or in.
Kid Explain, are you by any chance have you been affected by this genocide? Like, is this part of your family history? Just wondering because you seem pretty interested in it.
Charge.
Are you from this area?
The Dutch really have a big stake here. The general that explains this to Karamans is Nicolai. General Nicolai doesn't consider this as an official request, so nothing happens. Then, at 10:02, the Dutch commander Karamans submits a request. He asks for presence of close air support. When it reaches Sarajevo, the request is denied. Presence of close air support doesn't exist. He should have just asked for close air support. Meanwhile, at the UN HQ in Zagreb, they are slow to realize what is happening. The brief for the day is overall a quiet day militarily. On the next day, a layer of thick fog is obscuring sight in the valley. The Serb forces are unable to proceed with their advance, but in the town of Srebrenica, there are UN military observers that have a bad feeling about this. They file a report with a request for action to stop a potential massacre in a safe area. The fog is lifting. The Serbs are able to resume their attack. They start shelling OP Foxtrot again. At 1 in the afternoon, Kálmán once again asks for air support. The request is denied by General Nikolai in Sarajevo. His request didn't come with a target list. And Nikolai also says that the weather still isn't good enough. Planes won't be able to find their targets.
I was active in protests in my youth. I marched to free South Africa and Palestine back when. I followed this because I thought it would turn out like it did absent intervention. Oh my gosh.
But there are also peace negotiations going on. Bombing the Serbs might upset them and interrupt the negotiations. An hour later, there are several tanks aiming at OP Foxtrot.
Hey, Gail.
They gave the Dutch-led soldiers two options: withdraw
Hey, Jennifer.
or surrender. The Dutch decide to withdraw in their APC. As they withdraw, they encounter a roadblock set up by Bosniak soldiers. They don't want the Dutch to leave their OPs. The UN is supposed to defend them. In the panic, one Bosniak throws a grenade. Ravi van Rense is hit. They rush to the headquarters.
Has Lindsey Graham passed away? Yes. This is such a disgraceful thing that these people did, man.
But Raviv dies from his injuries.
The news of Raviv's death is shared over the radio.
Really, what happened? Apparently, it was like racist white supremacist liver disease or something.
From now on, the Dutch soldiers prefer to surrender to the Serbs than retreat through the lines manned by desperate Bosniak defenders.
This will mean the Serbs end up with hostages.
Sergeant, you had a possibility to choose to go back to Srebrenica, but you chose to cross on Serbian side. Why was that?
We were afraid of our lives, and we had to leave our observation post, and so we could go two ways, and this is the way we went.
1 hour after the Serbs take OP Foxtrot, two British Jaguars fly over the enclave. It's the 9th of July, and the situation in the town is deteriorating. The morning sees constant shelling. Refugees from the south of the enclave flee to the town. At 11:03, the UN military observers report that, quote, the city is on the verge of collapsing. Kálmán now changes his mind. He doesn't believe in close air support anymore. This can lead to artillery fire on Srebrenica, the remaining OPs, and the base. He now believes the only option are airstrikes that will eliminate all the weapon systems of the Serbs at once.
I find it such a gaslight when people say things like, oh, the Nazis were German. Yeah, there were Nazis in Germany, but that rhetoric was actually all across Europe, all across North America. This is how these people felt. That same thinking was in Latin America too. White supremacy was everywhere and still is. That's why denazification didn't work. Because how can you denazify all of whiteness? Like, how do you do that? They didn't even bother. It's not that they didn't denazify. It's just that they were all Nazis.
As the Serbs approach, Dutch OPs are surrendering one by one. At the UN headquarters, the officers ask themselves, what is happening? Is Dutch-Pet made up of pacifists? The Serbs are friendly to the crews they surrender. There's beer, ice cream for dessert, and they can even play football with the soldiers. Dutch-Pet Sergeant Salen has to discipline his crew.
Come on, boys, this is not a vacation.
In the evening, the Serb leader Karadzic gives the order to take the entire enclave. A new plan now emerges at the UN HQ in Zagreb.
This is why, like, I often feel like Europe spent so much time making Hitler the bad human being that by doing that, they didn't have to address how Hitler came to be. You know, they didn't have to address that because they could see Hitler as this one evil guy who did all of these things. But by making Hitler the fall guy, like Netanyahu will be made the fall guy, you know, at some stage, they were able to whitewash, to some degree, Europe's history. Because they said, oh, look how bad Hitler is. That's the bad guy. But it wasn't, Hitler didn't happen in like just some vacuum. It was just a crazy white dude who was like, oh, white supremacy, Aryan race. No, it wasn't just him. Like, Winston Churchill was murdering brown and black people too. And Europe had been murdering brown and black people for hundreds of years before that. They used Hitler in a way that they could whitewash their own history. And they made Nazism like this unique thing that happened in Germany once. But Nazism was just what Europe was doing to the rest of the world being done to Europe itself. That's what Nazism was. That's what Nazism was. Nazism was what Europe was doing to black and brown people being done to Europe. And they didn't like that bit. And it was an opportunity for whiteness to whitewash its history. But it didn't work.
Zagreb. The Dutch should draw a line in the sand. They should take up blocking positions. If the Serbs attack these, there will be real consequences. Janvier agrees to the plan.
Then we will know Mladic's real worth. Moreover, we will then be able to deploy close air support.
Dutch bats will serve as bait.
Chrissy's like, Muslims enslaved so many people and still are. If that's what helps you sleep at night, Chrissy, then go ahead. Fucking delude yourself with that one.
Dutchbat takes 3 blocking positions south and west of the town with AP.
It often surprises me how white people have not acknowledged what white supremacy has done. In the name of their skin color, what has been done to the world. Like, it is fucking insane. And the reason why they won't acknowledge it is because they have to confront it if they do. And they don't want to. And they don't want to confront it.
PCs. The Serbs attack. At 8:55, Deputy Commander Major Rob Franken says he requested close air support. But the request did not reach Zagreb. It can't be found in the logbook. Karmans later says he filed a second request for CAS in the afternoon. But this request also can't be found in the logs.
Chrissy, read my lips. European colonization was, and still is, the largest man-made human suffering ever. Nothing comes close. What Europe did with white supremacy as the core doctrine, the core ideology, nothing comes close to that. Not in the amount of enslaved, not in the amount of killed, not in the amount stolen, not in the amount murdered. European colonization was, and still is, the largest man-made human suffering ever.
Under fire, the APCs retreat from the positions and regroup to the marketplace in the center of the city. By 6 p.m., the Serbs are on a hill overlooking the town of Srebrenica. When the Serbs approach the blocking positions, the Dutch fire at them with their light machine guns. They aim above the attacking Serbs. The blocking position is being attacked again. The tripwire has worked. Karmans requests close air support, and this time the request goes all the way to the top. 10:08, Janvier and the UN commanders are in a meeting. All the officers urge Janvier to sign the request for CAS. But he hesitates. He wants more information. He wants to speak to Akashi, who isn't in Zagreb at the time. 2 hours later, and Janvier is still hesitating. By now the attack of the Serbs seems to be winding down. Janvier thinks Mladic might have called off the attack. And, well, there's no smoking gun anymore. Janvier now decides to postpone the attack to 6 a.m. the following morning. He says that if necessary, he will call for CAS. What now happens is a bit weird. It could be a lack of sleep or maybe wishful thinking. But Karmans really believes that Janvier hasn't said, oh, maybe we give close air support, but has actually ordered massive airstrikes on the Serb positions instead.
Lack of sleep? Come on, bro. What are you fucking trying to say?
11 p.m. He meets the Bosniak leaders. The mayor and several commanders are present.
I've heard from my superiors that
40 and 60 planes will be arriving over Srebrenica by 6 a.m. tomorrow. There will be a massive airstrike.
He even tells the commanders to withdraw their troops, otherwise they could be hit.
This area will be a zone of death in the morning. NATO planes will destroy everything that moves.
The Bosniak commanders have little faith in the UN. The situation is tense. Karaman makes a joke.
Don't shoot the piano player.
Oh my gosh.
At 5 a.m. dawn is approaching. The men in the...
What? Don't shoot the piano player? Is that a reference to the Holocaust? What? Don't shoot the piano player? Wait. What's the deal with that?
The APCs in the center have barely slept. At one point, Serb shells landed within 3 meters. They drove the APCs to the blocking position. They are waiting for the airstrikes. Because at 6 a.m., everything will go down. It's 6 a.m. Nothing. The planes are nowhere to be seen. There is a fleet in the air over the Adriatic waiting for an attack order. But everything is silent. The Serbs don't attack. Janvier is waiting. At the Dutch-backed base, they go crazy. They don't know what is happening. To be sure, Kalman sends another request for air support at 8. It is rejected because he uses an incorrect form.
It's a reference to the movie Inglourious Bastards. This was in 1995. Was that sarcasm? Don't shoot the piano player is a famous idiom that means you shouldn't blame or punish someone who is just doing their job, following orders, or acting as a messenger for circumstances beyond their control. Okay. So it's don't shoot the messenger type deal.
At 9 a.m., the planes circling over the Adriatic return to base because they have to refuel. Then, at 10, a second request is made, this time with the correct form. But the planes are refueling now. 2 hours later.
The crazy thing for me is like, these guys are basically planning mass murder here. And the thing that's stopping the mass murder from going forward is the fact that this guy didn't fucking fill a form out. The CAS request. It's like, bro, just fill out the form. Fill out the form. It's like, no, just bomb them. No, fill out the form. And then he fills it out, and then they carry out the murder. It's so insane, man.
Janvier signs the requests. He adds handwritten instructions to make sure that the air support only fires on the Serbs that are attacking the blocking positions. By now, the Serbs are advancing, with about 2,000 troops and many tanks. The Dutch soldiers in Srebrenica town are outgunned and outmanned. At 1:30, they abandon their base in Srebrenica town. When they see their protectors leave, the Bosniaks panic.
I think I know what this narrator is trying to do. I think this narrator is trying to disprove the narrative that the Dutch gave these people in Srebrenica to the Serbs. I think this is a little bit of cope by this guy.
Chaos ensues. People throw themselves on the armored vehicles. As they drive away, some slide off and get crushed under the wheels. 25,000...
Hey, we can watch another doco about the human hunters in Sarajevo next. Classical guess. We can watch that next.
People leave Srebrenica and move to.
I want to know about that too.
10 to 15,000 men don't want to take their chance at the Dutch-backed base. They know what the Serb army has done to unarmed men of fighting age. They flee to the hills and try to reach Bosniak territory. Hassan has already brought his family to the compound. His brother is the first person inside. Hassan has been working as a translator for the UN and knows he will be protected. But he is worried for his family. Will the Dutch protect them too? At 2:30 p.m., finally 2 Dutch F-16 arrive on the scene. They drop 2 unguided bombs. They were not direct hits, but it is possible that they have damaged a Serbian APC. At the Dutch-backed headquarters, a message from the Serbs immediately rings out.
If the NATO attacks do not...
Bro, the fact that this guy's like, oh, actually, the Dutch were trying to help. That's the whole thing of this guy's narrative is like, oh, let's just break this down little by little and prove that the Dutch were trying to help. Motherfucker, the Dutch didn't help anybody.
stop immediately, all Dutch peacekeepers in Serb custody will be killed. The Dutch compound in Potocari, where civilians are gathering, will also be shelled.
The Dutch Minister of Defense has been following the attack on the enclave. He calls with Akashi to request a stop to the CAS because of the Dutch hostages. 2 incoming A-10 airplanes are told to return. At 4 p.m., Mladic enters Srebrenica in triumph. He parades the town like a celebrity, shaking hands and greeting soldiers.
Oh, fuck.
11. jula 1995. godine u srpskoj Srebrenici. Uoči još jednog velikog praznika srpskoga, poklanjamo srpskom narodu.
He seems in a hurry. And urges his troops to move on. In the evening, Mladic summons Karaman to the Hotel Fontana in Bratunac. The general is in total control and is pressuring the battalion commander. A 40-minute interrogation follows.
I think General Mladic do not understand well. I don't know the person who requested it in a specific phase that the force commander...
He asks again and again, "Did you shoot on my troops?" Karamans looks petrified. Karamans again says he is just the piano player. He is just the messenger. In the end, Mladic proposes a toast. Karamans has trained for this exact scenario. In the preparation for the mission, there was some role play with actors playing Serb soldiers. He was told he should never toast with a Serb general. During the role play, he folded under Serbian pressure, as he does now. As there is no beer, Mladic asks for white wine with sparkling water. Mladic makes sure the camera captures it.
Jesus.
The images of the Dutch Bad commander looking like a frightened schoolboy toasting with the General Mladic will be seen all over the world. The night at the Dutch Bed HQ has been difficult.
You could hear people crying, and you smelled the scent of fierce sweat mixed with the stench of excrement. They had no toilet. People had to relieve themselves right there in the hallway. It was deeply humiliating.
The Dutch had let in 5,000 people. They are in a bare factory hall. This is the maximum amount they thought they could handle. This means 20,000 are outside.
Outside, we could hear gunfire. The minutes passed, and the shooting was irregular. There was no rhythm to it, like there often was in the war when the Serbs fired into the air. It wasn't a rat-a-tat. It was more like bang, 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 bang. The trajectory of the bullets ended somewhere in someone's body, in someone's flesh.
In the morning, there is a meeting with Mladic and Bosniak representatives. Hassan's father is also there.
Yeah, it is. It's I think AI interpretation of like voice interpretation of testimonies.
He offers evacuation. He only needs soldiers to give up their weapons.
Hell got another law today? Yeah.
Opstati ili nestati. Vaši muškarci koji su pod oružjem, makar i da su zločine pravili, a i jesu mnogi, protiv našeg naroda, predaju oružje vojsci Republike Srpske. Nevini i nedužni mi ne smetaju.
At the daily briefing of the UN HQ, Akashi is getting concerned the UN will look bad. He dodges responsibility.
When the Dutch Minister of Defense
asked that
Short
air action
TX,
be
thank you
suspended because
for the
of
follow.
threats against his soldiers. who were
JTB
held
2121, thank
captive.
you for the follow.
We had no choice.
Around midday, Mladic arrives at the compound. His soldiers hand out sweets.
We, sir, a loyal, noisy crew member detective, thank you for your continued support.
Des, thank you so much. 3-month streak. 15 months? Des, thank you so much for your support. Thank you. I'm in Topo again. Last time for a while. Bury my grandma. Oh, Jen. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry.
He tells the refugees that they can decide what they want to do. Everything will be all right. Suddenly buses appear, ready to deport the people at the compound. Dutchbat escorts the first few buses, but stop after the Serbs confiscate weapons and vehicles.
It's good to see you.
The Dutch Minister of Defense calls Karlemans.
Jersey.
Make sure you assist
Hello.
in no way with
It's good to see you, Jen.
But General Nikolai, who calls from Sarajevo, says to Karlemans,
Make sure to assist with the evacuation. Participating with ethnic cleansing is better than standing by ethnic killing.
Serbs start separating the men of fighting age, 17 to 60, from the women, children and elderly.
So I learned what happened, and I tried many times on 12 and 13 July to convince the commanding officers of the Dutch battalion to keep the men and teenage boys inside the compound, telling them very explicitly, clearly, you know what's happening, you know they're separating the men and the boys from the women and children, and you know they're killing them.
I am
Hundreds of men
Thank you for
are
the
being
follow.
held in a house across the road from the compound. The house is in full view for Dutch peacekeepers.
Oh my
The Serbs say they need to identify war criminals. Shots are heard inside. Rumors of executions swirl around the mass
Hey,
of people.
Orpheus.
In the night, mothers dirty their daughters' faces and dress them in peasant clothes. Serbs dressed as Dutch soldiers roam around the refugees and try to lure girls away from their families. Girls come back, crying to their mothers, "We are not girls anymore." In the morning, the deportations continue. By noon, it's almost done. Now it's the turn of the 5,000 refugees in the compound.
And they told the refugees, start leaving the compound in groups of 5. Whether it was a coincidence or not, they asked me to translate these words.
Dutchbat marked the route with tape. They assisted separation of the men and boys from their families. Hassan is now dead.
I think that Europeans spread their supremacy not for that reason, that they are mentally worse or better than other nations. In their place would be any other nation if they could do it. That's a crazy thing to say when the example is Europe, you know. That's what manufacturing consent looks like, by saying, oh, anyone else would have done it. It's the most evil shit to say. I'm sorry, but that is some evil ass shit to say.
Desperately pleading for the life of his family. Can they please stay behind in the compound with the UN employees? But the Dutch deputy commander Franken doesn't budge. At the last moment, he tells Hassan's father he can stay. He was a representative at the meeting after all, but he doesn't want to leave his wife and his son behind. Hassan's mother, father, and brother are taken away in front of his eyes. It's the last time he will see them. Lieutenant Ron Rutte is taken to a house.
I honestly think a lot of Europeans convince themselves of this. This is how many Europeans white Europeans, white people around the world whose ancestors have, obviously looted shit from other countries. I think this is how they kind of justify it to themselves, or at least this is how they this is how they digest it. This is how they, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? Rationalize it. Yes. Thank you. This is how they rationalize it. This is how they rationalize it. Thank you so much, Crowley. I do this sometimes. I just forget words. This is how they rationalize it. And I think when the evils that have been done are so bad, I think a lot of people get solace in the fact that, it was so long ago, or, if someone else would have done it, it can't, they'll rationalize it any way they can. And what that person said in chat is rationalizing it. It's they know how bad it is, and it is a way for them to deal with what is obviously an extremely evil thing.
Was close to the UN base. There he finds 9 executed men with tied wrists. He quickly takes pictures of the bodies. This will prove that war crimes happened. He tells Karamans.
It's human nature to fight over resources. It's white nature to take more than you need just because it's there. Yeah, the biggest difference is white supremacy. And the fact that whiteness was seen as Western Europe in particular, united under the umbrella of whiteness and Christian patriarchy. Those two things were the cause of this, because they could rationalize anything. When they made that, when they dehumanized everyone else based on skin, they could rationalize any sort of evil.
Karamans get a call from the High
They
Commander,
still do.
who asks what is happening. Karamans says he can't discuss anything on the phone. There are still 55 Dutch-led hostages in Serbian custody. Meanwhile, the convoys are arriving, and they don't see men or boys between the refugees. Akashi writes a...
So what's your take on England whiteness over the Irish? So let me, pretty preppy, I'll give you a historical fact, okay? In the Caribbean, Irish people were taken to the Caribbean, okay? They were treated as second-class citizens. But Irish people were allowed to own land and own slaves, black slaves. Whereas black people weren't allowed to own or keep anything. Yes, Irish people were not seen as white as an English person, but outside of Europe, they were seen as white. And even in North America, Irish people, united under the umbrella of whiteness to fight the British. So, yeah, within the United Kingdom, sure, they were dehumanized, and there was a lot of shit done, just like the Slavs were dehumanized. But outside Europe, whiteness always unites under the umbrella of whiteness, and Irish people are included in whiteness when it's advantageous for whiteness, and so are Slavs. Slavic people are also included under the umbrella of whiteness when it is advantageous for whiteness. It's the way it works.
A message to New York.
We believe there are about 4,000 males of draft age still in Bratonac waiting screening here by the BSA. Their fate is of obvious concern to everyone.
In Bratunac, 1,000 to 2,000 Bosniaks are held on the football field. They are also held.
Hold on, there were black slave owners in America? Yeah, white supremacy is something that, I speak about house curries all the time. There's Indian people, there's black people, there's brown people, and we all have them in our cultures. If you're brown or black, you know it. We all have them. Traders, collaborators, the people who will bend the knee to white supremacy in order to get some of that privilege. We all have names for them. Every culture has names for them. Black and brown people, For me, it's house curries. If I know Indian people who will bend the knee to whiteness if it means they'll get something from it. They'll sell their whole fucking community. They'll sell their family if they have to. Yeah, there were black people like that too.
Held in the local school. In the evening, Dutch Lieutenant Leon van Dijk,
natives called them scouts. Yeah.
And wants the Serbs to know they are being watched. He sees a pile of passports at the house where Bosnians are being held. He points at them.
Come on, you're gonna need them to identify the Muslims, or they'll just give you false names.
Huh, you crazy. They don't need those passports anymore.
At the end of the day, the compound is cleared. Hassan sees that a French aid organization have allowed their local contractors to keep their families on the compound.
And I would like just to describe
people so caught up in wanting adjacency to whiteness and power that they will, be okay with wearing diamond encrusted shackles. But they're still shackles. Fuck those people. Collaborators. Who gives a fuck about them?
The picture, which I have in my mind 30 years later, very clearly. As my family was forced to walk out to their deaths.
Oh, nice.
And I was standing there.
Nice to have you here.
And it was the last moment I saw them in my life. On the tallest building on the UN Dutch Battalion compound,
a gilded cage.
There were still two flags on these poles, flag poles. There were two flags. The United Nations flag and the flag of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Modi is the same. He loves bending the knee to America. It's sad, really.
These two flags were still there as the genocide was happening under these two flags.
The next day, the UN is slowly getting worried. Akashi writes a message to the UN HQ in New York.
We are beginning to notice a shortage in the number of people who should have arrived in Tuzla.
At the same time, Serb forces go on a killing spree. They take the prisoners to different places to execute
them. Hey, Method, welcome.
One of these is a warehouse in Kravica, right next to the road. About 1,300 men and boys are put in here. The Serbs throw hand grenades inside. They fire with RPGs and machine guns. They're also hunting the column of Bosniaks that are trying to reach Bosnian territory. Journalists from a Serbian TV station record what is happening.
Koliko ih je već izašlo?
Pa izašlo je oko 3. Civilke i uniformu gore ostavljaju, obuku se u civilke, tu su okruti, niste više. Sve nešto mlado. Bojano Bozbušiš.
Nije, šta, gde su vam puške?
Nisam imao puške, ja sam civil.
Civil. Dobro.
Nisam imao ime.
Ste mnogo uprosili.
They made Russians, white people, slaves? What? For example, I'm from Russia. Russia was constantly attacked by Tatars and Mongols, exterminating the Russian people. They made Russians, white people, slaves. Russians aren't considered white. Russians don't belong under the umbrella of whiteness. Like, Russians have never belonged under the umbrella of whiteness.
Kako se neš uplašiti? Ajde, bola, ne boj se. Šta se bojiš? Ajde, ajde. Koji si dole u ovoj crvenoj kući? Spavaj.
17 Dutch soldiers from the observation points that were held at a mine are sent to other Dutch hostages. While driving, they see hundreds of bodies next to the road. They also see piles of clothing on a meadow. Civilian clothing. One soldier thinks that's a bit weird.
Soldiers who fall in battle don't first take off their clothes.
Meanwhile, international papers are filled with reports of refugees that report atrocities. In The Hague, the government faces a dilemma. If word comes out that the Dutch were in full view of these massacres, it's a very bad look. The Dutch Undersecretary for Defense and the General of the Army.
Like, it's so weird. People like Elon Musk will go, oh yeah, white people used to be enslaved. Those people who were being enslaved, the white people that he calls white, are Slavic people. They come from the Dnipro area, etc., right? Those were Slavic people. Even Europe, Western Europe, never considered those people white people. Like, they never considered Slavic people belonging to Western Europe ever, into that group. Never. Because Slavic people were always seen as second-tier people. They were dehumanized too. Slavic people never belonged to the umbrella. Like, look at, yeah, Ukraine is a great example. Ukraine can't even, like, they've given so much blood. They've given so much blood for... Yeah, he really died. They've given so much blood for Europe, but Europe is like still using Slavic people as human shields. Ukrainian people as human shields. Why did they genocide the Bosnians? Yeah, it's because they were killing Muslims, according to them.
Travel to meet the released soldiers to make sure they don't say anything. The rest of Dutchbat is still at the compound and in range of Serbian troops. Kofi Annan, the UN Undersecretary, writes,
like, even here, they were all killing each other. Like, the genocide in Srebrenica was on the premise of religion. Religion was very important in that division. But really, when you look at where these people come from, they were all just killing each other. They were all killing, like, that genocide was killing the same people of that region. It's kind of like, I mean...
Writes an angry cable to Akashi.
From all sides, I hear widespread and consistent stories about atrocities committed by the Serbs, except from the UN soldiers who were present on the ground. Why is headquarters receiving no information through its own UN channels? It is, after all, their duty to report to you what they have seen.
Like, Ukraine has every right to defend itself. Europe is not doing it because there's some kind of, empathy feeling, empathetic feelings towards Ukrainian people. Many in Europe know that keeping the war going between Ukraine and Russia is the best way to weaken Russia. Europe doesn't give a fuck how many Ukrainian lives are lost. That's the tragedy of the situation, because Ukrainians are now being used as human shields by Europe. And Putin is using so many Russian people as human shields too, right? Like, this is what war is. This is what these people do. It's fucking insane.
The next day, the first survivors of the column that left Srebrenica arrive in friendly territory. Thousands have been killed. After negotiations, Dutchbat is allowed to leave the compound. Mladic has a gift for Kalamans. Is it for my wife? He quips.
Is it for my wife? За вас и вашу супругу. For you and your wife. Okay. Hvala lijepa. Thank you.
It's been 4 years or so, close to 4 years, or 3 and a bit. Since it's almost 5 years, isn't it? Since the war the war between Ukraine and Russia started. Oh, just over 4, almost 5. And Ukraine is still not part of Europe. Ukraine is still not part of Europe. The intention for Europe was always to dangle that carrot. It was always to dangle that carrot and get Ukraine all hyped up about it. And they're still dangling that carrot after Ukraine has given tens of thousands of lives to the European cause. And they're still dangling that carrot. They still haven't acted. I just think it's fucking tragic for Ukraine, man. It's tragedy for Ukraine. I'm telling you, this is like a mass tragedy. Again, whiteness is seeing, white supremacy is treating, Slavic people as, temporary visa holders to the umbrella of whiteness.
Thank you very much.
Dutchbat soldiers are happy to have survived this hell. When they come back to Zagreb, a party is thrown for them. Cameras record drunk soldiers dancing to music, while the news of a catastrophe is getting stronger every day. It's another public relationship disaster for the Dutch. A few days later, Karamans holds a press conference.
The Battle of Srebrenica was, from the Serb side, a proper military operation. They also deliberately did not target the battalion. Mladic outmaneuvered us in a remarkably clever way. It was like a game of Pac-Man. He never physically attacked us anywhere.
When asked about Mladic, he is dismissive.
In this war, you cannot speak of good guys or bad guys. The Muslims previously burned down 192 villages. To me, they're all the same.
Crazy. Listen to what this guy's saying. It's insane. He's been listening to like summary executions right next to his fucking thing, and this is what he says.
When a journalist asks Karamans for proof for this statement, he is unable to provide any. The fall of Srebrenica means that the UN now does not have to worry about UN personnel falling into Serb hands. When Serb forces bomb a marketplace in Sarajevo on the 28th of August, it's the final straw. The UN...
You should understand how Polish people were treated in Britain, in England. Polish people were treated like crap, bro. Still, I don't know if they're still that way, but I know that Polish people used to move to like Britain and work at all the, low-paying, low-paying jobs. Polish people treated like shit in Britain.
UN starts a massive airstrikes campaign. Bosniak, Bosnian Croat and Croat forces start an offensive and force the Bosnian Serb army back. As they are now losing the war, they are forced to the negotiation table. In December 1995, the Dayton Accords are signed. Bosnia, a multi-ethnic nation where different ethnicities have lived together for centuries, is divided.
Still happening today.
Over the summer of 95, the question of what Dutchbat saw or didn't see has just started. In July, the Dutch Army Commander Kuzi says,
"All those rumors about atrocities come from the refugees themselves. In Dutchbat's field of view, no genocide."
Then air photos are made. In the photos, mass graves can be seen. The Serbs attempt to cover up the crimes by burying and reburying the remains. This makes identification of the victims extremely difficult.
One of the first individuals identified was a 17-year-old.
They weren't treated better by their neighbors too, Germany and Russia? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all fucking terrible.
Boy whose remains were exhumed from 5 different mass grave sites.
In the media, Dutchbat are being accused of helping with ethnic cleansing. Many veterans feel they are made a scapegoat. Karamans becomes a national symbol of incompetence.
I think in September 95 I wrote an article to the newspaper because I was really fed up with the negative news about Dutchbat 3, because they got all the, they got accused about letting the genocide happen, helping the Serbs and so on and so on. Well, I didn't agree at all.
To really find out what happened, the Dutch government commissions a report. It takes 6 years. The relatives are left with their own questions.
The most frequent answers I received from the Dutch authorities was, well, let's wait for the NIOD report.
In the meantime, the UN makes their own report. The UN report is harsh on the leadership that left the Dutch out in the cold. But it doesn't spare the peacekeepers. Quote, Dutchbat never fired directly on any Serb units. Had they engaged the attacking Serbs directly, it is possible that events would have unfolded differently. When the report finally emerges, it's the second biggest study ever made in the Netherlands. And I have it right here. This is it. It's over 3,300 pages. 6,000 if you count all the annexes. But there's...
I see, Amela. I see. Yeah, Slavic people have historically been treated like crap. Slavic people were the ones who were targets of Roman enslavement until Slavic people started really properly defending themselves, fortified themselves near like the tribes that were around the Dnieper River, who were the target of enslavement. They were being enslaved en masse. They were never treated as white. They were never ever treated as white. And when Western Europe saw that it was actually unaffordable to keep taking Slavic slaves, because they started defending themselves and it became very unprofitable, that's when the propaganda about whiteness being superior to blackness happened, because that was the propaganda that was used to then completely decimate Africa. They were like, oh, why are we enslaving these people? It's getting very expensive to enslave these people. We should just shift our focus to Africa. And that's when it started in the mid 1400s with the Portuguese crown decided they were going straight for black people in Africa. They stopped taking Slavic slaves.
There's so much information in this that people are drowning in all of it. One of the conclusions is that 150 fighting men of Dutchbat were lightly armed and in indefensible positions. But they also say it's hard to explain why the Dutchbat personnel did not report more fully the scenes that were unfolding around them following the enclave's fall. So what did they see? One Dutchbat officer saw a Serb executing a man. There were the 9 bodies that were photographed. In the interrogation house, shots could be heard. Then there were the Dutchbat hostages who saw hundreds of dead bodies next to the road when they were being moved. They saw hundreds of men being held at gunpoint on a field in Potocari. In another place, at a football field, Dutchbat hostages heard methodical shooting. And now these hostages were not in contact with Dutchbat AQ, but the Dutch Ministry of Defense told them to not say anything. Rutte smuggled a photo roll with the war crimes out of the enclave. But when he hands it over to the Dutch Ministry of Defense, they accidentally destroy it when developing. They say it's a human error. Karmans has always denied that he knew what would happen to the men, even though a surgeon later came out who stated Karmans had said out loud it wouldn't end well for them. In 1998, Karmans already explains why he did not report the ongoing atrocities.
Didn't think of it, to be honest. We'd had 6 days of war. Everyone was exhausted.
When the report is published, the Dutch government resigns, just a few days before their term ends.
whiteness is kind of like an amorphous group. Whatever is most advantageous to whiteness, that's who will belong in the umbrella of whiteness. In America, 1776, when in Northern America, I should say, when a bunch of white people were like, "Oh, we don't want to end. We don't want to stop taking black slaves." They all united under the umbrella of whiteness to fight the British. But within that umbrella of whiteness, there were Germans, there were Dutch, there were Irish, there were all backgrounds of Europeans who united under the umbrella of whiteness because they saw that was the most effective way for them to fight against the British and ensure that black people didn't get any advantage. Hey, Isa, welcome. So like whiteness has always been quite amorphous. Whiteness has always been, abstract for that reason, because it can change and shift whenever it suits.
How do you deal with an atrocity like this? In 1945, Yugoslavia was reeling from a civil war and genocide. To unite the country, the leaders built a new national myth. The story for the country would be that all Yugoslav people came together in the fight against fascism. They built memorials that did not focus on ethnic identity, but showed abstract shapes and socialist principles,
100%.
showcasing a shared story. How does that look today? Bratunac, the town I stayed in, has a memorial to victims of the Second World War. These victims were mostly Serbian. It's poorly maintained. Plaques are missing. It's next to the football field where thousands of Bosniaks were held. A 5-minute drive will bring you to an elementary school that served as a temporary prison. But you would never know that. Outside of the town, I also saw more recent memorials commemorating Serbian victims. So just on the side of the road we find just a memorial for the First and Second World War for the people from this area, and also for the Bosnian War. It's a Serbian memorial. In Srebrenica itself, the first thing I saw was a memorial for the genocide of the Second World War. I went to search for that farmhouse that served as a killing spot.
Yeah, Des. 8,000 men and boys killed in under 2 weeks. Yeah,
I think this is it actually. It looks like a new fence, and it has been completely replastered. There's nothing here to remind you that 1,313 people were killed here. Actually, over there is something. Locals put some flowers to remember this that this happened. But the whole thing has just been completely plastered over. It's weird. Now, don't get me wrong. Anyone should be able to mourn their dead. But the silence on what happened to Bosniaks is the significance of something bigger. The only place you can learn about this is at Potocari, the former headquarters of Dutchbat. Victims are in a graveyard close by. Without searching much, I found a victim born in the First World War and one of just 15 years old. I asked 2 employees of the memorial how it is to live in a place marked by such a heavy history. Can you tell us a bit about how in high school you were taught about what happened here in Srebrenica?
So we aren't taught about that. We don't learn about that. No, not in history class, no, we're not.
for the next generations and everything else, it still didn't stop yet. You know, denial is actually the last phase of genocide, and it's still going on. So I think it's going to be a long journey to live with all of this.
That is so true, bro. Denial is the last phase of genocide. It really is. It is. In the 10 stages of genocide, the 10 steps of genocide that they constructed after the Holocaust, denial is the last stage. It's so true. And these people who come into chat denying this and the Palestinian genocide shit that's been live streamed, these people are the same.
But everyone knows that it happened.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Carrie.
But we don't learn about that, which is kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't I learn about my place here, about what happened?
The international recognition of Srebrenica as a genocide was met with outrage in the Serb part of Bosnia. Denial of the genocide is common, and in the area, it's a topic people ignore. Do you have friends that are Serbian?
Yes.
And how is it? Is this ever a topic with you guys? Did you talk about your generation?
No, we don't talk about that. But for example, like everybody posts on Instagram about their days, what happened, and none of us says anything to each other. And that topic doesn't come up when we're like together or something like that. We just ignore it.
Well, the first time that I speak with someone about genocide was with my father. He's one of the survivors actually in here, and he survived the death march. When I was actually 18 years old, he first time told me about one story from his. So that was actually my first overall time to hear something about what actually happened in Srebrenica. So if you go to Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, you will find that children are taught about that. So if you go to the schools of Republika Srpska, where majority of people are Serbs, Bosnian Serbs actually, you probably heard that Ratko Mladic is a war hero.
What makes it extra difficult is that perpetrators are still living in the area.
It's very disturbing to pass next to the graveyard where there is thousands of people buried, and you go to the city and you see some of the people who were doing these stuffs. It's almost the same, like it didn't finish yet. It looks like that, absolutely looks like that.
Far out.
I'm in The Hague in the Netherlands in the middle of July. It's hot. Under the trees, different generations gather. They are wearing a flower and a flag of the Republic of Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Jaar geleden, in 1995, in de veilige VN-enclave Srebrenica, werd er genocide gepleegd.
Deze geschiedenis van Srebrenica, wat betekent dit voor jou? Wat is jouw deel van de geschiedenis?
En mama heeft ook de genocide meegemaakt en de oorlog meegemaakt. Zij is als
My mom
11-jarige meisje
experienced the
gruwelijke moorden moeten meemaken die daar zijn gepleegd.
She had to endure the horrific murders. We lost 27 male family members.
Waarvan één mijn
of them was one of my great-grandfathers.
Ik was afgelopen woensdag op een date.
Last Wednesday I was on a date.
Ze vroeg me zeg maar,
and she asked
wat doe je
me
komende
what I was
week?
doing this week.
Van, gaan we Srebrenica,
I said I was going to the
dat?
genocide, and she asked like, what is
van,
that?
Ja, het is
and then I had to explain
niet
everything.
smakelijk om zeg maar over 8000.
It's not exactly pleasant to talk about 8,000 murdered men and boys.
But what shocked me was
that she had never heard of it.
The Netherlands does not have a memorial for what happened 30 years ago. It was this year that organizations of survivors placed a pedestal where a memorial should come in the future. In the Netherlands, there seems to be a consensus.
Why the fuck would the Netherlands put up a plaque about its own crime that it has to look at every fucking day? Bro, this is the bullshit. You know, Belgium still has King Leopold statues? Like, these people don't give a fuck.
The Dutchbat had an impossible mission. Still, questions linger. Could they have done more? Where were the United Nations? Was there a conspiracy?
I know General Janvier got accused, and they asked him if there was a gentleman's agreement with Mladic, and he never he never confirmed this question.
The government asked for another report on this matter. The researchers ruled this out. No proof or indications for the existence of a secret international political decision. But still, not everyone is convinced.
I think it's very, very obvious something was going on. I think the United Nations in New York didn't want an enclave as well.
Based on these experiences, the Dutch army has changed its approach to international peacekeeping missions. They'll make sure to have their own logistics. Mladic and Karadzic were sentenced to life in prison. Mladic is serving his time in a Dutch prison cell.
Hey Lulu, welcome.
Hassan saw the Dutch as complicit too. He and other groups sued the Dutch government.
The truth needed to be said in the court. It had to come from the mouth of a Dutch judge. It is so difficult, so hard to live with injustice. So hard. Go to any part of the world. People can endure all kind of hardships. But injustice is one of the, maybe the worst thing that people simply cannot endure. It's not possible to live with injustice.
After 11 years, Hassan got his justice. The court ruled that Dutchbat should have protected his family. With time, it seems the priorities of the Dutch state shift to accommodate...
Oh, this fucking dude, bro. Mark Rutte. Oh, I despise this guy. The Dutch, apparently this guy is some fucking just guy while backing the genocide in Palestine. This is what these fucking people do, bro. This is what these people do. Mark Rutte is one of the worst fucking politicians. Honestly, I despise this man. Ugh.
Accommodating Dutchbat. In 2022, the Dutch government apologized to Dutchbat.
Vandaag maak ik namens de Nederlandse regering excuses aan alle vrouwen en mannen van Dutchbat 3.
They did this before they apologized to the relatives of victims. This happened a month later. The war may be over, but Bosnia is still under supervision of the United Nations.
Yeah, I know.
The Bosnian
Jersey,
state that was
Texas.
designed with the Dayton Accords is fragile. For over 10 years, the president of the Serb part of Bosnia threatened to secede. He was eventually forced to step down, but his party recently won elections. 30 years on, and Srebrenica is still dividing people. For those that have been there, it doesn't go away so easily.
To this day, I have never clearly discussed that with myself to the end, whether and to what extent it was my fault that I didn't do more.
Every European city should have monuments built about their crimes. Every fucking European city. The amount of bullshit they've done to the world. Oh my fucking God.
To at least keep my brother on the compound, even if that had meant having a physical fight with Frank, for example.
Even if they weren't there in July 95.
Well, I think about it every week. Yeah.
Some of the children of refugees that were born or grew up in the Netherlands still feel they don't really belong.
Ik kan er wel proberen bij te horen, maar er zullen altijd wel mensen zijn die aannames maken over mij. En dat steekt wel een klein beetje. Maar over het algemeen zijn de Nederlanders wel heel erg accepterend tegenover mij. En ik doe ook mijn best om respectvol te zijn tegenover hun. Dus ik blijf er optimistisch over.
This is a reminder of how the story doesn't stop when the peace treaty is signed. Cities can be rebuilt, roads can be repaired, but the damage done to people, to communities, can't be fixed that easily. What's needed is a common story, politics that cross divides instead of creating division, justice for their relatives, and people that want to believe in a better future.
Okay, bro. All right, let's learn a little bit about the sniper tourism thing. Because, fuck, I heard about this. And by the way, guys, why we're listening to these things is because it's 30-year anniversary.
New follower detected.
Hanyu JB, thank you so much for the follow. It's the 30-year anniversary of the Srebrenica genocide. So we're gonna, this is nuts. The Most Dangerous Game, yeah. No, we're not watching The Most Dangerous Game. This is Al Jazeera. I hope it doesn't like give me a fucking. Hold on, guys. I don't know if I can show this on YouTube. We'll see.
It's February 2007, and we're in The Hague in the Netherlands. We're in a courtroom in front of a United Nations tribunal. An investigation is underway in...
Side note, in Ontario, Ontario, Canada, a city was renamed from Berlin to Kitchener, honoring a genocidal general during First or Second War against Germany. Well, didn't Justin Trudeau let like an actual Nazi into your... and they gave him a standing ovation?
Into war crimes committed in Bosnia in the early 1990s during a brutal siege that took place in its capital city, Sarajevo. During the trial, one of the prosecution witnesses stands out. His name is John Jordan. He's an ex-US Marine who'd spent time in Sarajevo in the early 90s.
Why do they always... Like, this guy looks like... This guy looks like the dude from Jurassic Park. You know, the guy who gets spit in the face by that dinosaur when he's trying to steal the fucking DNA. Newman, yeah.
And today, the 22nd of February, he's telling the tribunal of the horrors he witnessed there. He describes a city under siege. Men with rifles crawled the streets, and nearly 12,000 innocent people were sniped in cold blood.
12,000? What the fudge?
Many of them women and children. John himself had been shot in the chest. But that's not what will make John's testimony stand out. As well as those men with rifles, there was another kind of sniper he'll go on to describe. He calls them tourist shooters. John tells the court they were rich foreigners who paid huge amounts of money to travel to Sarajevo amidst the war and snipe down the locals for fun. This is the first...
Oh my gosh, bro. This is like... What are we listening to, man? What are we listening to, bro? Oh my gosh. This is like those fucking people who were writing their names on the bombs about to be launched at Gaza. Like sick fucking people, like. They were writing their names on the bombs that were...
First time rumours of Sarajevo's tourist shooters are mentioned in public. But it won't be the last. In years to come, journalists will look more closely into John's claims and reveal a story that's almost too gruesome to believe. Allegations will come out that Italians, Americans, Canadians and Russians paid huge sums of money to travel to Sarajevo during the war and take part in a trophy-hunting human safari.
I wonder how many people Lindsey Graham sniped. Hey, Sweet Live, why are you doing that? Stop spamming in my chat, please.
This story is set against the backdrop of a devastating war whose ripple effects are still being felt today. It's about the depths to which humanity can fall in the grimmest of circumstances. This is True Crime Reports, a global crime show from Al Jazeera. Today's episode, The Human Hunters of Sarajevo.
I just want you guys to understand that this is just insane. This is so insane. What the fuck?
We start in 1992 in the newly independent country of Bosnia.
I used to live with my sister and with my parents together in the apartment which is on the last floor of that building.
This is Mirsad Seric, who at this point was 22 and living in a high-rise block of flats in the middle of the capital city.
We always were very fortunate to have a very good view on the surroundings. Of course, that is one of the highest buildings in Sarajevo.
Mirsad is studying history at university. But in early April 1992, his life is turned upside down when war breaks out. Yugoslavia, a union of 6 republics, including Bosnia and Serbia, is breaking up, and civil wars are exploding across the region.
That was the life-changing situation for everybody here in Bosnia and especially in Sarajevo.
Now, Bosnia is a very diverse country. It's
Sweet Live, we're still talking about the Epstein files. We're literally building a platform to investigate the Epstein files. So we haven't stopped. It's just we're learning about the Bosnia genocide, the genocide in Srebrenica and all of this stuff today because it's the 30th anniversary of the Bosnian genocide.
Splits into 3 main ethnic groups.
Genocide
Bosnia
in
was
Srebrenica.
famous for that. People, different religions living together quite peacefully. Sarajevo, as a capital of Bosnia, was very often romantically named as European Jerusalem.
The Muslim Bosniaks, like Mirsad, are 43% of the population. The Croats, Roman Catholics, are just 7%, and sandwiched in the middle
The 31st
at
anniversary,
33% are the Serbs, who are Orthodox Christians. And it's with the Serbs where the story really begins. Serbia had been a powerful force in Yugoslavia and had dominated its military in particular. So when the region starts to splinter, the Serbs really aren't happy about it. They want to create a Serb state, what they call Republika Srpska. In 1992, Bosnia votes for independence. The Serbs boycott the vote, and violence breaks out across the country. And so begins the Bosnian War. Backed by the Yugoslav People's Army and the Serbian government, Bosnia's Serb army is vastly superior.
Look, like learning about this is so important because I've often, I don't think I've spent enough time learning about that area. I guess southern, would you call it Southern Europe? Southeastern Europe? Like, how would you describe this location? Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, the Balkans. Yeah, the Balkans. Yes, you're right. It's the Balkans.
And they quickly gain control over 60% of the country. Over the next 3 years, 100,000 Bosnians will lose their lives, the vast majority of those Muslims. It will be described as the biggest ethnically motivated genocide in Europe since the Holocaust. And on the 6th of April 1992, 13,000 Serb soldiers surround the capital city, and the siege of Sarajevo begins. That day is burned into Mirsad's mind. He remembers it being a beautiful, sunny day.
Where I used to live, it was heavily exposed to the front lines. So practically from the first days, we figure out that there is no free walks around, and you have to be careful every time you going out of your apartment or your building or just around the corner.
The siege will last for almost 4 years.
So this is where the who were the ones doing it? Serbs, right? It was the Serbians who were the Serbs.
Making it the longest siege of a capital city in modern warfare. An average of 300 Serb shells will strike the city every day.
Whoa!
Schools, hospitals, and homes are destroyed, and thousands will die. Access to food, power, and water is blocked, and within just a couple of months, Sarajevans will come so close to starvation that the UN stages what will become the biggest airlift in world history, involving more than 12,000 flights and over 20 countries.
It was really devastating sense of the claustrophobia, because you will...
That's what we're watching. We're watching about the Sarajevo safari.
You felt closed in the cage.
The human hunters of Sarajevo.
And somebody shooting at you. And it was really difficult to comprehend and to accept this situation.
And the city is crawling with snipers. Men with rifles take positions in the city's surrounding hills, or they line the city's rooftops and shoot people left, right, and centre. In years to come, researchers will say that there were more than 300 of them. Signs crop up around the city saying, "Beware, sniper." The war has forced Mirsad to finish his university studies and join the army. So he's on the front line, watching as innocent civilians around him are shot down as they venture outside to collect water or food, or as they try to come to the aid of others who've been shot.
Oh my gosh.
It was not 1 or 2 or 5 particular streets. All streets were dangerous if they expose to those hills, and those hills circling Sarajevo.
Now, as the weeks go on and the death toll rises, the city's main street becomes known as Sniper Alley. And the area around it becomes one of the most dangerous in the city. And this is where Mirsad lives.
Practically.
Holy shit! How do you live there? Oh my gosh! This is insane!
In the very few days or first month, we stayed without windows, without doors, because all possible bullets and calibers were hitting our building, including our apartment.
Nowhere in Sarajevo is safe, and the city descends into bloody anarchy. Across the Atlantic in the US, a volunteer firefighter called John Jordan is watching the news reports in disbelief. John decides he can't just sit and do nothing. He sets up a non-profit, Global Operation Fire Rescue Services, and with a group of volunteer colleagues, he lands in Sarajevo in November 1992, 8 months into the siege. He rescued...
I wonder how much shit like this Lindsey Graham has taken part in. Honestly, like, I think Lindsey Graham is one of those people who would have easily put his hat in the ring to go on this safari thing, you know?
Children trapped in rubble and fights fires, sometimes while being shot at himself.
Jordan showed up at Sarajevo's main fire station with a truckload of clothes and helmets and boots.
The fire department, until we got there, had not received any humanitarian aid.
It was a side hustle.
Fires in the community is risky enough, but doing it in Sarajevo?
My friends and I in our group have been threatened directly by the Serbs. Very up close and very personally we've been threatened. But that is a secondary issue. The thing is to equip the men who are fighting the fires, who are taking the casualties, and to do it regardless of what the people in the hills around the city try to do to us.
Many people advised Jordan not to go. It was too dangerous, they said. And besides, Sarajevo was beyond saving.
Here's Mirsad.
One of Graham's kinks. Graham just seems like a kink guy, like weird kinky shit, I think that's Lindsey Graham. Honestly, it just there's something about him that just makes you think this guy is into some real weird and dangerous shit.
In certain area, the whole neighborhood were burned down. There is no humanitarian aid, there is no food, there is no electricity, there is no water, etc., etc. So in all that, when you feel completely forgotten for years, and somebody coming from United States or any country and actually try to do something, that was the big deal for us.
John Jordan will end up staying in Sarajevo for long periods of time over the next 3 years. He'll later call his intention to help naive. And the shelling continues. On a single day in July 1993, a year into the siege, nearly 4,000 shells fall on the city.
Graham descends from a line of slave ownership. Like, saying that about Lindsey Graham is like saying that German person over there descends from a long line of Nazis. You know, it's like, of course he descends from a line of slave ownership. Of course he does. Like, if you point at a person who's American and they're white, they probably have ancestors who own slaves, or at least, you know. Ladybird, I don't know if that's particularly a shocking fact, is what I'm trying to say. There is an interview with a gigolo that will confirm it.
There isn't a single family that didn't lose someone. July 1995 sees the war's single worst instance of genocide, when 8,000 Muslims are slaughtered in the town of Srebrenica. The beginning of the end comes in August 1995, when NATO
Kinks.
gets involved. They launch airstrikes on the Bosnian Serb troops, and eventually, 4 months later, a peace deal is signed. John returns to the US, and the siege of Sarajevo finally comes to an end.
By the way, like, all of these things, like peace deals and peacekeepers, this is why Kwame Ture said, peace is a white man's word. Liberation is our word, he said. This is why. Peace is fuck all, bro. Like, peace is what these motherfuckers use to like pretend like the killing has ended. Julie, bonjour. Bonjour, mon ami. Yeah, this is exactly why Kwame Ture was like, peace is a white man's word. Liberation is our word.
On the 29th of February, 1996. After 1,425 days and with 12,000 dead, the Bosnian Serb soldiers leave their positions around the city. Finally, Sarajevo is silent.
4 years, almost 4 years of the siege of Sarajevo, it will never go out of the person, any person. And just even if you didn't personally.
Yeah, Michael's brush. We watched it before. Julie, so good to see you.
They suffer injuries or have some very specific traumatic, deep experiences, any kind. Even if you just watch that from the windows of your room, that will never left you.
It will be many years before whispers start about what really happened during the siege, which paint an even more gruesome picture of the conflict and the depths to which some people plummeted. It didn't take long after the siege of Sarajevo began for the United Nations to realise this was a hotbed of war crimes. Just a year into the conflict, they set up the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in the Netherlands.
I like your profile pic. It's very nice.
And it's here that our story picks up in 2007, when the trial of a Bosnian Serb commander called Dragomir Milosevic begins.
He was commander in charge of taking care of the commanding structure and running the siege actually around the city.
This is Azem Kurtic. He was born in Sarajevo a year before the siege ended.
Oh,
and
thank you,
stories
Davey.
about the war permeated his family
Thank
growing
you.
up. Azem's uncle was one of the thousands of Muslims who died. Azem became an
Holly.
investigative journalist.
Kia ora.
And he'll be guiding us through the next part of this story.
When the court in The Hague started processing war crimes around Sarajevo, he was convicted for war crimes committed in war in Bosnia. He was indicted for, among other things, campaign of shelling and sniper attacks on the population of Sarajevo during the siege.
Milosevic's trial starts in January 2006.
Okay. This is crazy. So there was a dude who was taken to The Hague for these crimes as well. Man, I so don't know enough about this stuff.
7, and it will last for the whole year. During that time, more than 130 witnesses are called to testify. One of them is the volunteer firefighter, John Jordan. John's testimony stretches across 2 days in February. He's questioned about the work he was doing there and the horrors he witnessed. You can read his testimony online. There's one bit that stands out. The city was ruled by Serb snipers, yes, John tells the court, but there was another kind of sniper who seemed different from the rest. He saw them roaming the streets of the city on multiple occasions, and they stood out. Firstly, their clothes. They wore a sort of civilian military combination. Secondly, their guns. They carried enormous, unusual weapons that looked better suited to, quote, hunting boar in the Black Forest than in urban combat in the Balkans.
No fucking way, bro. These motherfucking people were hunting like they were hunting fucking like deer. They were trying to recreate it. They were following their victims and shit. Oh no, these people are nuts, bro. They're still walking around among us, these people. Oh my gosh.
John says they looked unfamiliar with the streets and had to be literally led around by the other Serb snipers. And there's a reason why. They were foreigners, John says. Rich tourists who'd paid vast sums of money to cross the Bosnian border in the height of the war and join the Serbs in sniping down the locals.
I wonder how many of these people ended up in the Epstein files. Honestly. Like them or their acquaintances, in those parties.
For pleasure. He calls them tourist shooters. He thinks they may have been German, and he says they were given privileged positions uphill so that their victims, downhill, were an easier shot. It's an almost implausible story. Rich foreigners flooding to Sarajevo, paying money to the Serbian army to shoot down the locals for fun. Amazingly, initially, John's story doesn't really go anywhere. He admits he never actually saw any of these men snipe anyone down, only that their existence was pretty...
Ammo, their name is pinned. I posted it. Look at the pinned comment. Look at the pinned comment.
Pretty much known by everyone who was there. So the judge finishes questioning him. The trial continues, and Milosevic is eventually sentenced to 29 years in prison on counts of terror, murder, and inhumane acts. John returns to the US, and the years pass. The trials continue, more war criminals are convicted, and journalists and academics write about the horrors of the Bosnian War. But the rumours about Sarajevo's mysterious human hunters lie dormant. Azem says he heard the stories growing up, but was never really sure whether to believe them.
I remember it was all about hearsay, that somebody heard something who heard something. So,
Bro, like, imagine living in that place, man. I can't even... How do you live like this, dude? How the fuck do you live like this? Every day knowing that if you walk outside that door, some guy is aiming his gun at you. How the fuck do you live like this? Why 29 years? A firing squad is more appropriate for his crimes? Holy shit.
Just that somebody has been mentioned of doing something, it doesn't mean that that person actually done it. Proving a story like that, especially with such a big time distance when so many witnesses or protagonists of certain events are dying or are not willing to talk anymore and are getting old, proving something that like that 3 decades later would be a biggest journalist's dream, I think, in this era here.
It's not until 2022 that the rumours of Sarajevo's human hunters gain real publicity for the very first time. In September, an explosive documentary is released after 4 years in the making. It's called Sarajevo Safari by Al Jazeera Balkans and ARS Media. Wow. The documentary features extraordinary accounts from 2 people who say they were there when it happened, and they saw the tourist shooters with their own eyes. One of them stands out. He's Slovenian and had served as an intelligence officer for the US during the war. He remains anonymous and appears with an obscured face. He explains he was told by the Serbs to never talk about the things he saw.
V januarju leta 1993 sem bil povabljen v Beograd in tam sem
there are some colleagues who I knew from before the breakup of Yugoslavia.
Določeni kolegi, ki sem jih imel še prej z juge, pač povedali,
told me that if I was interested, they could show me some other things.
Če me zanimajo kakšne druge zadeve, ne. In takrat sem prvič.
And that was the first time I encountered the dark side of the Civil War.
Spoznal tisto temno plat te državljanske ali pa kakor.
Or however you want to call it, the war in Bosnia.
Kakor bi kdo rekel vojne v Bosni, ne.
He explains that the Serb snipers had taken him on a tour of their vantage points around the city, the tops of the roofs, and high in the surrounding hills.
Bemi Bella, it wasn't a civil war. Yeah, it rarely ever is, right? Like Sudan right now, they're calling what's happening in Sudan as civil war. It's insane. Always question it when they call it a civil war.
The man says this is where he met a group of tourist shooters. He never spoke with them, but he says they didn't seem like your average people. He noticed their hunting skills, which he says were remarkable.
Was Lindsey disease? Yeah, he had a bad case of white supremacist, racist, genocidal maniac syndrome. And apparently it impacted his liver.
Z helikopterjem sem bil odpeljan na Pale. Na Palah je bil pač sedež Republike Srpske.
Something to do with like consuming too much human blood.
In tam so mi pač povedali, da mi bojo pokazali eno zadevo. In takrat sem prvič spoznal sarajevski safari od blizu, se pravi z neposredne bližine. Bil sem na Grbavici in sem videl, kako za določene vsote denarja pridajo
Davey, all of this before breakfast? Holy shit.
znani ljudje in streljajo na obkoljene prebivalce Sarajeva.
He says he could feel their excitement. Their adrenaline permeated the air. Apparently, all they had to do was turn up and the stage was set for them.
Bro, this was real fucking tourism, man. This was like a package deal for these people. Oh my gosh.
Binoculars, the gun, everything. The man says he watched as one tourist shooter was shown to his spot. He says he watched through binoculars as the shooter hit his target. The person fell and the group they were with scattered. The man remembers watching one tourist shooter point his rifle at a child walking along the street, holding its mother's hand. Apparently, the hunters had to pay more to shoot a child.
Oh my god, I hate these fucking people. Oh my gosh, who are they? I need names right now.
He says that at one point, he was given the chance to shoot for free. He said no.
Po Sarajevu je bilo znano, ne, da si ti čez določene ulice, ker so bile razne pregrade, mogo laufati. Ne. Tudi jaz, ko sem po Sarajevu hodil, so bili rekli tec in zmeri so bili presledki, pa nisi konstantno enako tekel, da si čim bolj zmedel, na drugi strani ostrelca, da te ni podaril.
Thank you for the follow.
Jaz sem zmeri, ko sem potoval, ali sem imel...
I always traveled around with a basic kit for stitching wounds, morphine and supplies for burns.
Najnujnejše zašivanje rane, morfi, potem protiopeklinam, to sem imel zmeri.
It's what I always carried, my own basic surgical supplies.
Sem imel svojo najnujnejšo kirurško skrbo. Zdaj bi me mogel nekje...
This way, if I had to get my wounds dressed in a clinic, I had everything I needed.
V eni od ambulant skrbeti rano sem imel svoje vse za sebe.
There's another man who features in the documentary. This time, we're given his name. He's called Edin Subasic, and he was also an intelligence officer, this time for the Bosnian army. He says that one day in late 1993, the intelligence services had captured someone who'd been fighting in Sarajevo. That captive said they had stories about foreigners on the battlefield which might be of interest. According to the captive, the shooters came from places like the US, Canada, Russia, and Italy. They arrived in Bosnia often by bus. They travelled from places like Serbia and Italy to an area just outside of Sarajevo called Pale. From there, it's about a half-hour drive into the city. According to Subasic, United Nations intelligence officers eventually catch on and an investigation ensues. They join forces with Italian intelligence forces, and 4 months later, the Italian officers report that they've, quote, located the starting point of these activities and have neutralized it. When asked why he thinks people did it, Subasic says he sees it as a medical diagnosis. These are people with such luxury in their lives, they wanted a challenge that only money could buy. When the film is released, it splits Bosnia in two. Remember Mirsad, who lived right next to Sniper Alley? He says the film's allegations didn't come as a shock for those who lived through the siege.
Fuck, man. This is like, you know that movie, what was it? It came out about tourists going to Europe and Hostel. Like you used to see this stuff. Hostel. And you always were like, okay, this is got to be fiction, right? I don't think any of this shit is fiction anymore after what I've seen over the last 3 years, eh? My eyes are like so open to this stuff. It's like nothing people can say feels like fiction anymore.
He remembers that the sniper fire was particularly intense on the weekends.
Why? Because many people from neighboring areas were coming, and we call them weekend warriors, to come into the front lines and just practicing shooting. And use that time for some recreational shooting on the people in the city. Or just to shoot for the fun on the buildings or whatever.
So they knew about them. These people who were being hunted actually knew about them.
But that was really something you can say that happened, and that is no secret to anybody. So in that scenario, it is not difficult to imagine that that was actually true, what was shown in the documentary.
But Bosnia's Serb communities say that the claims are a bunch of lies. The president of an organisation that represents families of Serbs who were killed in the siege, a man called Veljko Lazic, denounced the film as an insult. He describes the allegations as an absolute and heinous lie. We reached out to representatives of the Bosnian Serb army for comment.
Oh, you know who says shit like that? Bro, Israel says shit like that. They said that it was a heinous lie when Shireen Abu Akleh was sniped. And it turned out it was an IDF soldier who was just having fun.
But they didn't reply. The film's director, a Slovenian man called Miran Zupanic, has faced such intense backlash since the film came out, he declined to take part in this episode. He told journalists he wasn't expecting such a, quote, harsh response to the film. He told Deutsche Welle that his aim in making the documentary was to make people question what type of person would do such a thing. He said the claims made in the documentary are so incredible that he felt he had to make it known to the general public. And the public, he finished, will be the ones to judge. For Azam, the biggest impact the film has had is that it's just reignited ethnic tensions between Bosnia's Serbs and Muslims.
Those who are keen on attacking Bosnian Serbs use this move as an argument and another proof of the atrocities committed by Bosnian Serbs at the time. And then on the other side, Bosnian Serbs were those who said that the movie attacks them directly. It's making up the crimes, making up the plots, and it's a direct attack on all the victims of the civilians and military personnel.
Today, the scars of the siege of Sarajevo mark the city clear as day. Bullet holes pucker the city's walls, and the Museum of Crimes Against Humanity commemorates the war dead, which is estimated to be more than 100,000. Bosnia's authorities are making some attempts at retribution. To date, 90 people have been charged with war crimes and genocide.
Sango, you were 13 when the war started. Were you in this place? Were you in this place? Oh my goodness. In Croatia?
Most of them from the Serb side. One of the most significant convictions was in 2017, when a commander called Ratko Mladic, otherwise known as the Butcher of Bosnia, was sentenced to life. But what about the snipers of Sarajevo, tourist or otherwise? Just a few weeks after the documentary came out, the mayor of the capital filed criminal charges against persons unknown who brought death to the city. But that's just it. The alleged perpetrators of this particular crime, this war within a war, remain unknown. Nobody has yet faced charges. Today, Bosnia remains deeply divided, and ethnic tensions are on a knife edge once more.
Let me just quickly do this. Okay, hold on. Let me just quickly do this. This is localhost. Hold on. Safari. Oh, Safari. Bosnia. Serbia. No. No. The search is not working. Hold on. Search is not working. That's why. Hold on. Let me just search all. Nah, search is just broken. Let me just go here. This is in 2010, though. Sarajevo. Oh my gosh, yes, we have Sarajevo here. Oh my gosh, we've got so much investigating to do. We've got so much investigating to do. Holy shit. Okay, man, I'm going to fix this search. And we're going to do our first lasso session on like Sarajevo. Shall we try and dig into the Epstein files about this? Srebrenica? We'll do that tomorrow, eh? We'll look through the Epstein files for this. Oh, shit.
2024 saw story after story about rising nationalist Serb rhetoric, increasing influence from Putin in the region, and a continual denial from Serbs about the atrocities committed during the Bosnian War and the siege of Sarajevo.
Guys, this is the first thing we can do is look for evidence of these fucking hunting people in the Epstein files. Like, this could be our first project on the platform. Oh my gosh, it could be our first proper project on the platform.
So where does this leave the rumours about tourist shooters? Perhaps for now, they'll have to remain just that, a story. Here's Mirsad.
Every single day on our political scene, there are questions about separation, about war, and all this which is happening to Bosnia. It's not by accident. It is thanks to our geographical position and relation between superpowers, etc., etc. It's not very important anymore. That is the new reality, and that is what we live.
This was True Crime Reports.
Okay, we've got our angle to dig into that data tomorrow. We're going to do it. And it's going to be about, just exploring this genocide, Srebrenica, and Sarajevo and all of this stuff within the Epstein files. And we'll build up like a body of evidence and see if there's something in there. We can see if there's something in there. Okay, I'll fix all of this stuff. I'll fix all the broken shit, and then we can go. But oh my gosh, this is wild. This is so wild. So Italy is already searching and no people, really? Carabinieri police searched the home of one of the suspects, a 66-year-old former municipal employee from Genoa who now lives in the province of Alessandria in northwestern Italy. The source said, oh shit. Good stream. Thank you, Orpheus. This is in 2026. Nice. Thank you very much for placing this live. It's very important to learn. Nice, Dr. Ro. Good on you. Okay, guys. I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you, Dr. Ro. Little Bear 36. Okay. Folks, what a live. You know, I just feel like I'm so glad we're looking into stuff like this. The Balkans. The Balkans, we need to learn more. We need to learn more about the Balkans. I just feel like there's so much history there that we just don't know. But it was good. It was good to kind of dig a bit into this, you know? It was nice to dig a little bit into this. But tomorrow we'll definitely go through those Epstein files and look for connections with Serbia and see what we can find in there. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking okay, we're going to look. We're going to look. Oh, the connections. Who knows? Who knows what we'll find? Okay. If you want to join in on a raid with us, we're going to be raiding Little Bear 36 on Twitch. If not, it's all good. I will catch you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. You're so interested in connections. Yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be cool. Okay, we got to check it out. Oh, this is going to be great. It also is a great way to like introduce the platform to everybody as well. It's good. I bet there is something in there. Oh man. Catch you tomorrow, Dr. O. Catch you tomorrow. Okay. I will catch you all. Kakite, everybody. Po Marie. Thank you so much for being here. These are all fucking heavy things, and I know you all have lives to lead as well. You know, having breakfast after watching all of this first thing in the morning. But thank you. Thank you for going through this. And, you know, we're going on this journey of learning. And it was amazing to see you, Julie, after a long time. But thank you so much, everyone. Here we go. Raiders, you ready? Please say hi to Little Bear for me, okay? Here we go, Raiders. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, folks. Enjoy the raid. And Kakite Pomarie, TikTok, and YouTube, thank you so much. Of course, Sango. We're going to get into it more tomorrow, for sure. But we'll get into it more tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. Kakite Pomarie. Goodbye and good night. Take care, everybody. Love to all of you.
New follower detected.
And I will see you all tomorrow. Kakite.
New follower detected.
Free Palestine.
New follower detected.
See you, YouTube.